to KosICT Technology Festival once again 2022. Now I know there are many people here sitting here, and I can see many people standing there as well that have been here at least once over the last 11 years. 11 years this festival has been unfolding, 11 years of conversations, of connections, of development, startup ideas, and we're in the 11th year now, and naturally we will continue as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to say, I really do have to say, I love coming to Kosovo. I am from London, but when I come to Kosovo, there are so many beautiful things that I love about Kosovo. I love the people, I love the area, I love Flea. I love Flea. I cannot get enough of Flea. Peter Menjaz, and also there's one other thing, Parsul Mimij. I just cannot get enough. Prime Minister, I love Parsul. And the thing is, all those things, but number one, naturally, coming back here to KosICT. Again, this is an opportunity, really, it's all about sharing knowledge, sharing conversations, ideas, and learning, really learning about what others are doing so that we here, naturally, within the Balkans, and naturally promoting the ICT sector in the region, moving that forward as well. Before we go any further, just quickly, let me introduce myself. My name is Peter Hopwood, and I will be with you hosting today and tomorrow as well, guiding you through these 2 beautiful days together here in Pristina. I'm somebody who helps people to tell stories, help them share stories as a speaker coach, TEDx coach, and pitch coach, helping them to share their stories and share their messages on stages just like this one. And again, we are going to hear lots of stories today and tomorrow. Stories, experiences of others, ideas of the future, stories that haven't been told or written yet, but hopefully the chapters are starting to be written right now. So again, this is all about bringing together the community. And a great thing is about this festival, maybe unlike others certainly in the region, we have kind of everybody comes to this. So whether you're a software programmer, developer, ICT enthusiast, somebody certainly within the sector, C-level executives, young people, startups, coders from the code school as well, everybody kind of comes together, which is a really beautiful thing, I'm sure you'll agree. Right, this is a festival. Now, with any festival, naturally, there are many things that are happening at the same time during a festival. So remember here, the main stage throughout today and tomorrow, ideas, inspiration, lots of ideas for those of you coming, sitting down, and again, taking away lots of value as you leave. On the other side, you've also already seen the developer stage, the dev stage. Today, again, you're a developer, you're a programmer, that's your thing, that's your area of expertise. Over there, you'll find everything you need to really move forward and take your career to the next level. But remember, tomorrow at the dev stage, it becomes a iGaming extravaganza. So again, if that's your area, certainly over there as well. Remember, future developers, as you came in, as you walked in, I'm sure on your right, you saw a lot of young people, right? A lot of young people from 4 different coding schools. And we'll hear a little bit more about that later on. But again, they're there to kind of put together their ideas. And then tomorrow they'll be showcasing the great ideas they've been working on here at KosICT 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to introduce to you a few people that will give you more of a flavor of really what's to come, really what this festival really represents, and certainly their ideas as well. Please welcome to the stage right now the President of the Board of Directors from STIC, Mr. Valon Tsanhosi.
Thank you, Peter. Whoa, full room. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 11th edition of the KosICT. Dear Prime Minister Kurdi, Ambassador Grandal, Mr. Zogo Bego, thank you for joining me today in opening remarks. It's with a great honor to be on this stage in the name of the Board of Directors, STIC staff, and company members. It's a great honor to be here today. 10 years ago, I was a guest and I spoke here as a guest speaker about the future of social media and how it will impact the business. 10 years later, we know how important is social media today. Today, in these 2 days, today and tomorrow, you'll be hearing from leaders from the region, the world, and local leaders about the ICT possibilities of the future, and I cannot imagine what will happen next 10 years. I cannot oversee it from now because every year is changing, but that's why KosICT is here to tell you what the latest trends are coming and be here. Today we will be starting with Power of Innovation. We have a very great speaker, and we'll be ending the KosICT with the future of game development. So you see, power, innovation, gaming, and we will cover all the bases. I see here a lot of STIC members who joined us when they were like 5 people company, and now they are 100 plus. I see here business leaders who put Kosovo on the map by exporting services and also education. I see partners and donors who are always here to stick with STIC and helping us do this every year. I see friends from the region who join us every year here. I thank you all for being part of the community. I don't know if you heard the good news from our government, but the Kosovo has 100% internet penetration. So it's a few countries in the world that have. Now, Prime Minister, we need 100% concentration for this sector, so hope that we will have that. I want to thank sponsors, especially ProCredit Bank and for supporting KosICT through the years. Also for the dev stage, Kutia. STIC, next year will be 15 years old. ICK just turned 10. And I got a feeling this is just the beginning. So join me today, enjoy today, have fun. And for those who are not STIC members, please go to stick.com and join us. Enjoy.
Valon, San Jose, so many, again, giving us a flavor of really what it's over the years, what it's become. A lot of people here naturally that have been here from the very beginning. And I have to say as well, probably, I'm sure, looking around at this festival and how this festival has developed over the years, if I were to ask you, how many people do you think it takes of the core team to put this together? How many? Don't shout out, just think to yourself. I will tell you, only 5 people, that's right, amazing. 5 people, 5 dedicated, hardworking people with their volunteers as well that make this happen. So I think you'll agree with me, quite a very special achievement indeed. Right, we heard from Valon already about the support. Again, and a festival, a concept like this one would not happen without many different areas of support, and naturally support from the highest level from government of Kosovo. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Prime Minister of the Republic of Kosovo, His Excellency Albin Kurti.
Oof, this is long. When Mr. Sanhausi said that we have to do better than 100%, I got really frightened. You know, you cannot do better than 100%. But he said that we have to move from internet penetration to the concentration for the sector, and we are surely going to do that. Dear organizers of the KosICT, dear Ms. Savoli and Mr. Sanhausi, dear ambassadors, dear guests and members of the ICT community, it is a great pleasure to be here on the occasion of the 11th edition of KosICT, the biggest tech festival in the region. This is the second time that I'm attending KosICT, a festival that brings together local ICT community, domestic, regional, and international experts and industry leaders, and provides a forum for exchange of knowledge and experience and ideas on digital transformation, digital economy, and technology innovation. And most importantly, a festival that helps build and strengthen relationship and cooperation between the public sector, the private sector, and academia from Kosovo, the region, and beyond. We have now worked on national development strategy, and digital transformation goes across the board, meaning digitalization in industry, private and public sector, but also in healthcare, education, and at the same time, and especially public administration. We want to turn our services better in quality, more transparent public officials, but at the same time to increase accountability in all sectors of governance, in public and in private sector alike. Every area of the government and every sector of the economy is important, and so is digitalization in each of those areas and sectors. But in particular, we are very pleased to announce that last week our government approved the Education Strategy 2022-2026, which provides a comprehensive roadmap for reforming the education system at all levels. I would like to point out that the planned budget of the reform introduced by the Education Strategy is about 333 million euros. And that is 82% higher than the budget of the previous Strategic Education Plan 2017-2022, which has had a budget of about 174 million euros. So now it will be 333 million euros. In addition, for the first time, digitalization is treated as one of the 5 pillars and strategic objectives of the education strategy, with a dedicated budget of about 52 million euros. Digitalization of the public administration is very important for improving the quality of service for our citizens and businesses, and is also important for increasing the transparency and accountability of our administration, on which depends our governance, but also success of our business. Last month, our government approved a new program on administrative burden prevention and reduction. This program, together with the public administration reform strategy, which has already been finalized, and the e-government strategy, which is in the making, will provide a strategic framework for digitalization in the government. An immediate priority is the digitalization of some of the key and most frequently used services for citizens and businesses. Following the launch of electronic payments for government services, digitalized civil status certificates, and digitalization of some steps for the renewal of vehicle registration, soon we will be releasing digitalized property certificates. Electronic identification is one of the key building blocks of e-government, and we have already adopted the necessary legislation for its implementation. The EU procurement process for the project, which will implement EIDs at the national level, is already underway. By enabling secure and reliable identification of citizens and businesses, and by implementing electronic signatures, the EID project will pave the way for end-to-end digitalization of many services in the public and private sector. Moving ahead with the digitalization in all areas of government also requires an increased focus on strengthening cybersecurity. Last month, the government approved the law on cybersecurity, which creates the legal basis for the establishment of a cybersecurity agency. In the meantime, we are also working on amending the penal code by including all relevant offenses related to cybercrime into this code. Recently, we have established a multi-stakeholder working group on cybersecurity in the critical infrastructure. Last month, we have also launched the frequency spectrum monitoring system, which has an impact on the security of electronic communications. Dear participants, with many highly competent ICT companies and a vibrant ICT community of professionals, ICT is one of the few sectors in which our country has a positive trade balance. So it comes as no surprise that the ongoing Smart Specialization Strategy assessment process has already identified ICT as one of the 5 priority sectors in our economy that have the highest potential for growth and innovation. However, the demand for qualified ICT professionals is much higher than the available supply. And growth of the ICT sector also requires an innovation ecosystem that will provide the infrastructure and the needed linkages between research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Our government, in cooperation with the German government, is continuing to invest in the Innovation and Training Park in Prizren as one of the key platforms within the national innovation ecosystem. We have also continued our support for completion of the Digital Technology Park in Brnica, which will offer the infrastructure for development and growth of the ICT industry. In December of last year, we became a member of Horizon Europe, and last month we approved the initiation of the process for joining another important EU program, Digital Europe. Membership in Digital Europe will provide additional opportunities for our government institutions and for Kosovar companies to apply for ICT projects funded by this program and implementing digital transformation, ensuring cybersecurity, producing skilled professionals, and building the innovation ecosystem. Each of these objectives require a joint and coordinated engagement of the public and private sector. We are open and willing and interested to cooperate with the private sector and academia in achieving common objectives aiming at the development of our country. Perhaps we can say that in the 20th century, Esperanto has failed, but I believe that in 21st century, coding and English is the successful Esperanto. So we look forward to reform our education system and together to do the digital transformation, which not only creates opportunities for successful business, but also creates opportunities for successful business. Thank you very much, and I wish you great success in the future.
Thank you, Prime Minister Kurti. Thank you so much. Some wise words there. Again, remember, everybody here, welcome, a warm welcome to everybody actually physically here. But naturally, we mustn't forget everybody else who've maybe clicked on the website and you are beaming into us live streaming from pretty much anywhere in the world. So again, those of you that are here, colleagues, you've got your networks, you'd like to share a little bit of piece of what's happening here across the world, maybe other Kosovans across the world, colleagues, wherever you are, just onto the website, you can click there. But naturally, it will be slightly different experience for those of you here than those of you that are online, and it will be slightly... Nobody got that joke, so I'm glad the Prime Minister laughed at that. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we move on. Naturally, support. We've already heard that word quite a lot already this morning. Support in terms of advice with STIC and with this technology festival as well over the years. But certainly, there's actually somebody here representing the Norwegian embassy. Now, some of you probably will know this, and many won't. But from the very, very beginning, the Norwegian embassy, they really helped STIC move forward, this festival move forward, maybe said yes when maybe some others at the beginning were questionable and maybe said no. So it's fitting that we have somebody here right now to say a few words on behalf of the Norwegian embassy. Some of you also will know, sadly, the Norwegian embassy here in Kosovo is about to close its doors. Hopefully those doors will open again in the future. But please, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Norway to the Republic of Kosovo, His Excellency Jens Erik Grøndahl.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, maybe we can open something virtually here in Kosovo, representing the Norwegian government. We'll look into it. But first of all, I'm very excited, very happy to see this, all of you, because he was absolutely right. I think Norway was the first partner for Kosovo that actually recognized the talent in Kosovo, and this is nothing to do with 5 years ago. You know, this is before independence of Kosovo. We saw that something was cooking, and after independence, I got myself personally involved from Oslo, supporting the embassy here back in 2009, 2010, and we supported what is going on here now, the first 5 people and so on. And I think it's massively important to recognize what is going on. The digital economy is the future. All sectors of society will, in one form or another, move into digital economy. And as the Prime Minister said, the export figures and the trade balance figures is growing because of just that component, digital services. Not traditional goods, but digital services. And there will be more of it. And when I see so many people here, and I think about the young population in Kosovo being the youngest population of Europe, and the strong talent you have, I just want you to stay inside Kosovo and develop this, because you can travel around the world virtually on this and produce from Kosovo. I think that'll be very good, supporting the economy of Kosovo and the consolidation of Kosovo as a new state through ICT. I also have a little baby inside, and that is, I think of Kosovo sometimes as a Switzerland between bigger countries in Europe, where you have the cross flow and the transmission lines going through, not just the fantastic highways that you have in Kosovo, but on the digital. I work a bit in Albania. I work a bit also in other countries in the region, and I'm talking to people like you over there. But this is the most advanced place I've recognized so far. Kosovo, it's way ahead of its competitors. And I think, following up the leadership of Prime Minister Albin Kurti, that Kosovo will be holding the torch for Southeast Europe in digitalization, and to become a very strong digital actor in the region, and thereby a massive success in Europe. And I think that's a good selling point for Kosovo in the years to come. Norway will obviously stay committed in one form or another. We have private companies, investors already involved with some of you. I'm sorry sometimes to see that I cannot find the statistics on what is actually going on. So I need to talk to people to find out what exactly are they producing for international companies. But I've been looking at 3D printing. I've seen modules and components being made in this city, and also in Prizren and Peja and so on. So there's a lot of things that goes on that I think deserves support. And I hope also that government will continue to support the startup initiatives that is going on. We know that startups, in my country, less than 50% of startups survive after 3 years. But that's how it is. If you can pull out 5, 20 or 30% success of that mass of 100, it's a success story. And people merge and meet and get together in new companies later on. So I think there's a lot of this going on. A last thing I would like to mention, I'm very supporting of the gaming society and the gaming industry of Kosovo. There's great things going on there as well. So just a bit of support for you that just won some medals internationally, I think, recently as well. So congratulations to all of you, basically, on this magnificent milestone. Okay, that's enough from me, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Grandal. And it's great, again, great to hear from all those years ago, recognizing potential, recognizing opportunities, and still all these years after, still today, many great things that are these opportunities that are recognized right now. But again, isn't that why we're here? Isn't that why we're here? Yeah. Isn't that why we're here today and tomorrow? Really to have conversations, to recognize things. Shall I just change it or just change it? Give me that one.
So we're here again to just recognize conversations and recognize opportunities through these conversations, through these ideas, different perspectives, and then moving forward as well. Again, just let me remind you, everybody here again, who's on Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat. Are you, Prime Minister, are you on TikTok? You're on TikTok. He's on his phone right now, doing a TikTok already, or Instagram. So If you are, again, this doesn't happen all the time. It only happens once a year. So let's make the most of it. So again, your photographs, the comments, you hear something that might be, that you'd like maybe someone else in your network to hear. It might be a phrase, might be a comment. It might be a little bit of a conversation. Share that out. And again, just a little piece of this shared across the world. Again, our hashtag KosICT 22. Hashtag KosICT 2022. Right, we move on again from another person really in this city, in this beauty. You know how I feel about Kosovo. You know the great things I love about this country and also Pristina as well. Next, a gentleman naturally representing the city. Please welcome to the stage Deputy Mayor of Pristina, Mr. Alban Jogaj.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks a lot. Wow, I'm really impressed. I'm really impressed. Full house, and this is actually my first time talking from this spot and this stage, and I'm really delighted. So, Your Excellencies, Mr. Prime Minister, distinguished guests, and tech community, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you today on behalf of capital city, Pristina. We are delighted to have you all in Pristina these days. So please, as Peter is saying, enjoy our beautiful city. You will have a chance not only to be at this wonderful tech event, but also you can visit Manifesta Biennale, which is taking place in Pristina these days, and taste our delicious food, and pasul as well, with mish, and flia, and the rest of our delicious food, and also experience our artistic scene. I want to thank Stick for hosting this event. You have done a remarkable job until now. Thank you, Valion. Thank you, the rest of the team, for all the great work you are doing. Thank you. You have also put Pristina into maps of tech events and festival, and this is great for our city. Technology is an essential ingredient of economic growth and job creation. Ensuring that Pristina has and maintains the newest digital infrastructure, such as high-speed broadband that we have mentioned, fifth-generation wireless networks, and a modernized education is critical to our long-term prosperity and competitiveness. So technology is one of our priorities as well. We are committed to ensuring that Pristina has a thriving and growing internet economy. The internet is a global platform for communication, for business, and individual expression these days. And now it also promises to support breakthrough in important priorities of our nation, such as education, energy, and healthcare. Additionally, the information technology is applied to make cities more effective, transparent, and accessible to all of our citizens. I should have used my laptop actually, or my iPad in this tech event. Sorry for this. We have to do everything we can to encourage the entrepreneurial spirit we have in our youth. We should be helping our companies compete and sell their products all over the world. We should be making it easier and faster to turn new ideas into new jobs and new businesses. And we should knock down any barriers that stand in their way. Because if we're going to create jobs now and in the future we're going to have to outbuild and out-educate and out-innovate other cities in the region. We want Pristina to be the region's home of the data economy, to seize the benefits of new artificial intelligence and inspire new generations of inventors and developers to make our city even better. Pristina's thriving tech sector already is the envy of the cities around the region. So it's time for us to move ahead, to help this sector, to create spaces such as this one for these kinds of events and develop the sector overall. Pristina is ready, so Stick, thanks a lot once again, and let's move ahead on this journey. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Jogaj. Right, we move on. Now, I came to Kosovo, to Pristina 5 years ago, hosting this event. as it naturally developed. And over the, I only come once a year, but over the years, naturally on social media, I see a lot about what's happening in Pristina, a lot about what's happening at the Innovation Centre as well. Lots of things, certainly over this last year, many interesting and intriguing things as well that just keep popping up in my feed about what's happening here. A man now to tell you a little bit more about what's happening, the challenges they're facing, but really the vision for the future as well. Please welcome to the stage Executive Director of the Innovation Centre in Kosovo, Mr. Oranik Begu.
Thank you, Peter. Good mic. Dear Prime Minister, Ambassador, Mr. Tanasi Vjolca, let me first congratulate you on an yet amazing event, full house. Under very difficult circumstances, this is becoming very difficult to organize events nowadays. But luckily, as a community, I see some old faces, new faces, which is an amazing thing. So please let me congratulate you in all of this. KosICT is not just an event. It has become one of the tech platforms which integrates and interconnects all of us. We see universities, students, startups, corporates, government, donors, all of us come in at least once a year to deliver and talk and connect, but also at the same time inspire each other for the future. And this is the great news that comes out of this event. Today, the reason why I'm here, obviously, I want to share a short story about Innovation Center Kosovo, because as I see many young faces, the story of Innovation Center Kosovo is really an inspiring story. A story which we need to share because within its start, there was something remarkable, and this is the reason why. Around 11 years or even more, a decade ago, let's make it a bit more dramatic. Around a decade ago, STIC members came together to create a center or a hub, which essentially was to create new tech companies. And this, my friends, is the ability of an intellectual and visionaries to create a hub which will create new tech startups. So when you think today about what Drita and Vjolca and so many others did at the time, they were creating competition for themselves. But this is what we need today. We need to create more for each other. And when you think back at that time, a lot of people were, obviously this came with the generous support of Norwegian government back then. A lot of people had doubts about what this, can we really produce innovation? We don't have electricity, we don't have water. But today Innovation Center Kosovo has created 550 or has supported 550 startups, has trained over 9,000 people and has over 100 licenses which represent Pristina and Kosovo to the international stage. And this, as Valion said, is just the beginning. This is the beginning because we are obligated to tackle one of our most pressing problems. And it's not artificial intelligence, it's not data science, it's the migration of our youth. All of you that are here today are the noble entrepreneurs and business owners that are creating jobs daily. And even more importantly, are working hard to retain those jobs. This is why we appreciate the support of the government. We highly appreciate the support of the donor community, which I think all in all should be coming into a more powerful, compact support. But, and this is the very important comma, but we need the community to come in together. This cannot be done by the government alone. This will not happen any longer by donor support alone. We need all of us to come into this together. You need to support initiatives like KosICT, STIC, ICK, and all of the good initiatives which are happening around Kosovo, because this cannot be done alone. No company will survive alone. None of us alone will stop migration of our young people. And this is the critical moment for all of us to act on it. For the end, I have to read as well. Most of them did. So I have a quote which I found, and I would like to finish with this quote. It said, community is much more than belonging to something. It's about doing something together that makes that belonging matter. So let's make this belonging matter, and let's all act on this so we can have a better future and really make this Kosovo a great example as it deserves. I want to thank you all from the bottom of our heart for all of the support you have shown throughout the years, and please enjoy this festival because it's going to be an amazing one.
It certainly will be an amazing one. Definitely, certainly will. So we move on now. I think the Prime Minister is about to leave. Goodbye. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for our Prime Minister and our guests at the beginning. Thank you so much. We will have Flea another time, I hope. Right, we move on. Ladies and gentlemen, when I say to you the word innovation, I'm sure many of you have different things that pop into your mind, but you'll all agree with me. Really, that is one of the ingredients for growth and disruption, and naturally startups are a natural vehicle for that growth, for that disruption, and for that innovation as well. We have our startup area in the dev stage area on the right-hand side, but right now we're going to dive into more of a flavor of really what drives those startups and that startup cycle in terms of innovation. What does that mean for you? That means for you some ideas to help you in terms of those ideas that you're putting forward and how innovation can really help you move forward as well. I'm intrigued as much as you are really to hear what this gentleman really has to say right now. Please welcome to the stage Senior Vice President of Engineering and Operations at Wasabi, Mr. Pramod Ikalian Sundrun.
Good morning, everyone. How are you folks doing today? Is it great? Okay. First of all, I'm really excited to be in Pristina. This is my second trip, getting to know a lot about this wonderful country. And it's with great pleasure, and it's an honor for me to be here on stage, talking to you about a topic that I'm passionately believe in, as well as something that I think is going to be an exciting future for this country and industry of technology here. Okay. All right, so I wanted to start with a typical morning. So if your morning is anything like mine, you wake up in the morning, there's an alarm clock, and that's how you wake up. And now you have digital alarm clocks, your phone rings for you, there's different ways you get it. And then if you're anything like me, within a minute, you reach for your phone. You want to check the social media, and you want to try and figure out what's happening around the world. Then you move on. You're ready to grab that cup of coffee, and then you get into your car or a vehicle, and then you end up in a school, you end up in an office, or wherever you work. The interesting thing about this morning, by the way, how many of you can relate to at least one or two of these things that I put up there? Wonderful. That basically means we live with innovation around us. We don't see it, we take it for granted, but every one of this is an invention and an innovation that has brought quality of life into our existence. So I wanted to make the distinction. It all starts with definitions, and as engineers and software folks, we want to make sure we understand the definition of what we're talking about. So the first thing is this word called invention. So where you come up with an idea, you discover it, sometimes serendipitously, sometimes you focus on things, and you invent something. And that could be a product. For instance, you get a light bulb, right? It was invented a long time back. But the light bulb is just a product. Without the supporting electrical grid and the technology associated with it, lighting is not affordable to the mass market. And that's where innovation comes in. Innovation takes that invention and then gets it to the whole community and world. And that can be done in terms of process, it can be a product, it can be putting things together. But what it does, it creates idea. It takes an idea and it converts it into value that then can be used by a lot of people. There's another side to innovation, and that it causes disruption. Almost always when something new comes in, is it okay? I'm sure that's some innovation somewhere happening that's causing that. So it also causes disruption. So every time something new comes, something gets destroyed. It's called constructive destruction, but that's important for innovation to thrive and keep going on. I'm sure a lot of you listen to Spotify, but in previous times, they used to have actually devices where you would play an LP, a vinyl record, and then iPhone came and then got disrupted by Spotify. So the disruption continuously happens. And that's what you sign up for when you go take the bold journey down and you start innovating. I put this 10, what is called top 10 list. Everybody has a top 10 list and it changes. But the key theme here is every one of this has had global impact over the years. And the reason I chose these versus talking about Twitter is everybody knows about Twitter and all the social media stuff. But these innovations helped and set the stage for where we are today. And a lot of people talked about being here 11 years ago, and now you're here, and then you continue this journey. But when you look back, every one of these created such disruption and impact that we wouldn't be here today without these. You take the printing press, it changed the way everybody reads, and today we have Kindle. You take electric light, we take it for granted. You know, it converted night into day and improved productivity around the world, and it basically created social and economic value. So I called out the one thing that we can all relate to, which is the computer. And what it does for us, it's very hard to describe. Almost everything is driven by computers. Now, if you look at a car, it has motherboards in it, right? So essentially what it does is it has changed the way we think about things. It has changed the way we live our lives, and it's changed the way everything happens. And that's why I call it, as they say, the rest is history. Because the last 30, 40 years, we have seen so many advances, and innovation, the rate at which innovation happens has been phenomenally faster than what we have seen. But without these things in place, it would be hard to innovate as much. So my message to some of the current innovators is keep persisting, because what you do today is going to make it easier for future innovators as they try to bring more ideas to market. So how does this happen? In 1991, there was a major storm off the coast of Boston. They called it the perfect storm. And the reason they called it the perfect storm is because there were a few weather patterns that needed to come together to create the storm. And so if you're a meteorologist, you could go your entire lifetime and not see these things come together. But as entrepreneurs and innovators, we are more fortunate. There are a lot of these enabling things that are there together. And what does it take to create? And why is innovation important? Because it creates high impact, as we just talked about. You need a team, a startup team, that has a brilliant vision. They see things that nobody else sees way before it happens. So you need a core set of people who think of an idea. They need to make sure that they have a really bold vision. Need to make sure that all the enablers are in place, because if the enablers are not there, for instance, if somebody talked about setting things up in the cloud 40 years ago, it wouldn't have been possible, because the connectivity was not there, the software was not there, the infrastructure to do these things were not there. So all those enablers need to be in place. And last but not the least, you need a big enough market, because if you come up with an idea and there's not enough people that can use it, then the innovation kind of settles down into a smaller output. So what does that mean for us? There has to be a human need. And this has been shown throughout history that when there is a pressing human need, innovation really, really flourishes. Let's take the telephone as an example. People want to communicate. That's why the telephone lasted for about 100 years before cell phones came. The cell phones came because human beings wanted to move around and they wanted to communicate. And now the cell phone is essentially in everybody's pocket. And so you need to focus on the human need. You have to also think about feasibility, because is it possible to solve the problem, and how do you solve the problem? That's the feasibility part. And once you do that, you have to think about whether you can make money doing that stuff, because there are a lot of innovations that didn't make it to the market because people didn't see value or they could not make money at doing it. And the last but not the least, it should be frictionless. What that means is if you have an innovation that comes to market and the use is very, very difficult, it takes you a long time to use that innovation, then again, it's not something that creates high impact. We'll talk about these as we go through this presentation. So I've chosen a couple of examples because it's more of a personal story. Peter talked about stories and exchanging and conversations. So I picked an example from my personal life when I started my career. This is a company called KosICT in India. And the reason I chose India is because I see Kosovo being almost 20 to 25 years phase shifted from where India was in terms of the maturity of the software lifecycle and how innovation happens. So there was a no-name company called KosICT. And the vision, as we talked about the perfect storm, these 4 things that we talked about, we need to have a bold vision. The vision was to transform the country's infrastructure. And the market was India and third world countries. And today, I think about 40% of the lines in India are served by products that were manufactured by this company. And that's a story you can tell in future. If you go to the enablers, the government supported it. There was technology to build the product, and there was talent. The one important lesson I learned is we were all fresh out of college, and we were asked to build a class 5 switch. How many of you know what a class 5 switch is? Only few, right? Because nobody talks about a class 5 switch. It's a really, really complicated product and set of things that you need to build. We were asked to build that in 3 years, and we had no clue whether it was possible or not. So we started the journey, and we decided we're going to build this switch. Why? Because we were fresh out of college, 100% ego, 0% skills. And we were trying to see what can we do. The important lesson I learned in addition to a vision is when you don't know what can be done, you can almost achieve the impossible. Okay? So those entrepreneurs in the audience, if you're listening to this, don't think anything is not possible. And in fact, when you think it's not possible, that's probably the place where you want to focus and see if it's possible to innovate. But essentially, the impact was the entire country got connected. Before we started, we had to wait for a telephone for 6 months to get a telephone. After we were done, you could call in the morning and get it in the afternoon. Right? That's the kind of impact you have. The second one is the current journey we are in, and we are happy to say we are now in Kosovo as part of this company, is we have our company Wasabi does storing of data. So we have a really, really bold vision of storing the world's data in the cloud. And again, it's a global market. It's a really huge market. And what is happening is a disruption that's happening. People are going from on-prem into the cloud, and we are capturing the disruption. And enablers, we can look at it, it's technology and cloud and the need for more and more storage by businesses and people. The impact is it's affordable, it's hot cloud storage, and it caters to the businesses. The third example I picked was Google. Everybody knows Google, so I don't need to introduce Google to you folks. They have a bold vision to say, provide access to the entire world at a single click, right? The need for information is very, very fundamental to human beings. We are curious, and naturally we want to get access to information. And the market shift that was happening is a shift from traditional ads to digital ads. And I think that basically created this wave that Google successfully got it. It was not the search engine that got them to prominence. It was the fact that they could use that information and convert it in the form of advertisements. To monetize that was the one that launched that company. If you look at the moving to startups, right, which is where a lot of the innovation happens, I want to distinguish between startups as a company and startups as the mindset of people who worked on innovation. The 3 examples I provided in the previous slide, one was government, the other one started in Stanford, which was a university environment, funded by VCs, and our company is funded by a different set of investors, but nevertheless, and with seasoned entrepreneurs. So innovation can happen anywhere. It's the mindset of the people. So I would say whether you work in a big company or a small company, it almost doesn't matter. It's how you think and how you bring products to market that's important. If you look at a startup, it has 5 stages. And I've called that out. You go from concept validation to solution validation to improving increasing customer footprint to getting to profitability and then eventually to maturity where the business is sustaining. If you look at it, there are three broad things that almost every company needs to look at. How do you take your product in a startup environment? How do you establish the feasibility, which is, can you do the solution? Then you talk about the viability, how do you make money? And focus on customer experience. And these are the things that you want to make sure that on the product side you get right. When you move to the process, you want to create process in a way that is simple, you keep refining it, but you also want to make sure that it's replicatable. And this is the piece that a lot of people forget in the innovation cycle. If it's not replicable, if you can't get it to a large number of people, it's very hard to scale a company. And I think that's an important lesson that I've learned over the years, and I think it's important to focus on that part when you're defining processes. And last but not the least, it's people, people, people. You want to make sure that you hire the best, and Kosovo has a great opportunity here. It's a young demographic, a lot of people who are focused on education, and you folks have the future, bright future ahead of you. So hire the best, make sure that you scale the teams as you're scaling the companies, and make sure that you develop people and invest in people. It looks like, especially from His Excellency the Prime Minister, as well as the Deputy Mayor and the Innovation, the center of Kosovo, you folks are already on that path, and I think that's commendable how you're looking at the overall piece. Okay, so I'm going to talk about two examples here in terms of this. When the biggest challenge that startups face is when they get to maturity and they've scaled it, they become too satisfied with what happens. And that's almost always where the disruption happens. How many of you have heard of the Sony Walkman? Not bad. It's more than I thought it would. But it used to be a really popular product. Everybody was carrying it around. They would listen to music. It changed the way people listen to music. And they were doing very well until this thing happened, iTunes. How many of you heard about the iTunes announcement when Steve Jobs did that? Right? Some of you in the audience. But it's very interesting because what iTunes did was it combined product innovation and merged it with business model innovation, which is how you could buy songs and how you have technology to be able to do that. This literally made Sony lose its leadership in the market. They owned the content, they had music, they had leadership, but all iTunes did was change the whole thing, and it made life completely different, both for the artists as well as for the people who are listening to music. And iTunes, I think, is billions of dollars and so many millions of songs that they had. They extended it to movies and everything else. But then came Spotify, because the human beings wanted to listen to music a different way. And now iTunes is not exactly where it was a few years ago, but Spotify, because human beings want to listen to music when they want it, where they want it, without necessarily having to purchase or own it. This is a fantastic story as well, Blockbuster. I don't know how many of you know about Blockbuster, but they used to, you could go to a shop, you could rent these videos, and then you come home, or DVDs. Netflix came along, and Blockbuster had a fantastic IPO. They were incredibly successful. And then before they knew it, they were out of business. And why do you think that happened? Because Netflix understood how human beings wanted to live. I don't know how cold and how much snow happens in Kosovo, because I'll figure that out in the next time I'm coming here. But in Boston, which is where I live, it is incredibly cold, and 4 to 5 months we have snow. Nobody wants to wear a jacket, get in their car, heat up the car, go to a store, pick up a video, and come back. They want it at home when they're listening to TV, on their couch on a wintry day. That's what Netflix did. And now again, the reason I'm bringing up these examples is it's very easy when you're in a startup and you grow to become very complacent and let yourself lose the leadership role. So the fifth stage, even though that's why I marked it in green, is as important. A lot of people focus on how do I take this company, how do I innovate, how do I get it to market, and how do I grow it. But a lot of people don't realize that getting to number one is good, but being number one is actually as difficult a task as anything else. I'm going to just talk briefly about this one. There are 4 aspects to any company and in any environment if you want to innovate. You need talent, which is the people. You need a structure to make sure that the innovation makes it to market. You want to make sure that you have metrics so you can measure how well you're doing with innovation, and that's important for sustaining innovation. And last but not the least, you want to make sure that people are rewarded for what they do. The bottom two are important in bigger companies, but the top two are probably more important when you're in the early stages of innovation. Here, we are talking about what are the different types of innovation. Again, why is this important? A lot of people think you had to do something very fundamental to be an innovator. You don't. You can just take very, very simple things and you can add incremental value as long as it's useful and you're solving a problem that's important. So if you look at the 4 types, you take the 2 dimensions. One is technology. So you have either new technology or existing technology. Or you could have a new market that you create, or it can be an existing market. I've given some examples. Rather than walk through every one of them, I want to call out in each of these categories, how many of you know some of the brands that are put on that side? I'm sure Coke is a brand, but if you look at what Coke does to innovate, they don't have much room to innovate. They just have a drink that they have. What they try to do is innovate on the flavors. That's one of the things. How many of you have a washing machine at home? Probably everybody, right? Most of you do. Why? Because this used to be a very manual process. Somebody said, hey, this must be a better way to do it. But in order to invent the washing machine, they had to have electricity. They had to have, the electronics associated with it. Somebody has to put all this together. But if you look at it, that radically changed the way how things happened at home. And one of the things that you look at Peloton. What happened to Peloton? The stationary bikes existed. They just came up with an experience. They got things together. So the point I'm making here is innovation comes in so many different ways. It can come in the form of business model. It can come in the form of products. It can come in the form of marketing. It can come in the form of just putting everything together and getting a solution to the market. If you go to, I'm going to skip through this. The process part of it is the key thing I want to call out here, right? Ford, when they manufactured cars, until then, all of the cars used to be done custom, right? I mean, people would actually build the whole car by themselves. But what Ford did is they created this assembly line, which is purely process-based. And that basically helped scale these cars and the automobile to what it is today. Dell, on the other hand, is an 18-year-old. He got out of college, and he was doing disk replacement in industries. He found that there's a different way by which computers can be manufactured, and he created a supply chain automation and innovation in that basically got all of the computers to our homes much faster than what was existing. And then Airbnb is another story where people just took their homes and they started renting, and everybody said that's a bad idea, this will never work, and things like that. And the founders of the company stayed with it. And before we know it, we now have a company that's probably a $70 billion market cap company that has no property that it owns and is able to provide rentals all over the world. $70 billion. So that's the kind of impact in companies that happens when innovators get going. The light bulb in history has always been one of the best inventions because it converted night to day, and it had so much economic and social impact. You had the basic bulb that needed to be manufactured, but what happened when Edison came up with, I think they call it the Park Street power station. The first power station that fueled light bulbs was probably smaller than this auditorium and could light up 400 bulbs. Whereas today, the largest power station is capable of generating billions of megawatts a year. But it took a lot of iteration, and that's the other thing I want to say. Innovation has iteration that goes through it. So you start with something small, and then you iterate through it, and then you get to the finish line, and what you see is a story that has no connection with where things started. And that is the power of innovation. And what does it do to human beings, right? It gives you more wake time. You can work during the night. It introduces the concept of 24-hour shifts, which didn't exist. It gave businesses better opportunity. It gave people at home more leisure time and better standard of living. And not only that, once that happened, over 100+ years, there are so many things that have been happening just because that plumbing was put in place. Okay. Moving on to stakeholders, right? Every startup and innovation has 5 stakeholders. You have the shareholders who put money into the company. You have the employees of the company. You have the partners, and you have the customers, and finally, you have society. The benefits are called out. The shareholders want return on investment. The employees want learning, growth, and market visibility. Consumers or customers want solutions and value for what this innovation provides. Partners want to make sure that they're part of the ecosystem. We talked about ecosystem earlier, and that's important. And last but not the least, for the society, it's about economic development and quality of life. So if you look at Kosovo, you folks are at a very, very interesting inflection point where all of this can take the country in terms of economic development and also quality of life. And I think software and the internet and the connectivity around the world makes it easier for you to do it now than 50 years ago. So always there's a call to action. What is it that you want to talk to entrepreneurs? And everybody has a role to play for innovation to thrive in a country. So my call to entrepreneurs is going to be, take the journey of innovation, dream big. That's one thing that I would say. Don't dream small, dream big. Set a really bold vision, because you may spend your entire life going after it, but it'll be worth it. Okay? Don't set the goal too small that you have to redefine your goals every few years. It's good to have a broad vision. And then just execute for scale. Once you execute for scale, the scale makes it worth the journey. Okay? And a lot of entrepreneurs, and it's interesting because when I used to mentor startups, and I still do, they come and ask me, I've had conversations, what's your professional goal? What do you want to do? And they say, I want to make $1 million. That's hardly a professional goal, right? What you want to do is measure for success in terms of the positive impact that your work is going to have on others. So focus on value creation and how much impact whatever you do is going to create in the society and in the people that are around you. Okay, and in terms of my request to the government, I think a lot of this was already covered in the introduction today. You have to invest in infrastructure, because I think somebody said that, hey, we have power and water now, but I think connectivity, now there's 100% connectivity, but you think you need to make sure that you have reliable connectivity and infrastructure for other people to be able to innovate. You want to in research, education, and training. Again, it was covered, so already Kosovo is ahead of the game in that. But you want to make sure that it's mainstream and it's not just a one-off. You want to make sure that the facilities, you have to make sure that the facilities exist for creating ecosystems, because you can go farther when everybody is involved in it. The community, the entrepreneurs, the institutions, the research institutes and universities, they all need to participate for it to have maximum effect. And last but not the least, be business friendly. This is where I think when I look back at India versus Kosovo, there's a phenomenal opportunity to learn from that experience. Because when the Y2K problem happened, a lot of the software companies jumped on it to capitalize on that. 2 things went wrong. One is the infrastructure was not ready to take that kind of a growth. The second thing that happened was it shifted the whole focus to services instead of focusing on product development. So my request to the folks in Kosovo would be, focus on products while you're focusing on services as well, because sometimes if you don't do that, it takes a long time for you to come back to a product mindset. And I would say, if you look at the commonality between India and Kosovo, I see that there's a young population, there's a lot of focus on education, there is a lot of excitement around doing new things, and there is internal pride about doing something that's going to help not just the company, but also the industry and the country in a big way. So if you look at it, I see a lot of similarities. There's a lot of lessons to be learned going through finding out what worked and what didn't with the India story, and have a fantastic future ahead. So just make sure the infrastructure is right, the ecosystems are in place, and business friendly in terms of helping entrepreneurs. The other thing I would say is there are some challenges associated with this, because even if when I had to come from Boston to Kosovo, the connectivity, it would have been really helpful if there was a direct flight that got me here in 8 hours instead of the time that it takes to get here. But I know those are all things that you could work on and get in future, but I think you folks are very strategically located. There is a really, really great opportunity with the talent that you have and the infrastructure, effort that is being put in place already. Finally, we've covered the following. I wanted to just recap. I know I'm probably over time here, but when there's a human need and there's creativity, it leads to innovation. Innovation creates value. You need a team, you need vision, you need a market, and you need the mechanisms to scale to create high impact as a result of innovation. You also want to make sure that it's not restricted to 3 people in a garage or at the university or in government. It can happen anywhere where you have people with a great mindset, with a startup DNA, and everyone has a role to play. I know there was a call to action that, please participate, be supportive, try to help each other, and come together as a community and a country. And I think great things will happen here. And always measure by positive impact and the value that you create to all the stakeholders that we talked about, which is your fellow innovators as well as the country. I want to thank you for this opportunity again. And if you have any questions, I'll take it. Otherwise, I'll hand it over to Peter.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. Pramod, you'll be here. You're here today, tomorrow. That's right. Yeah, you're here today and tomorrow. Absolutely. So again, in the breaks, grab a coffee. You're curious. You'd like to know more. You'd like to challenge him maybe on a few things that he said as well. I'm sure you could do that as well at any time today and tomorrow. Right. Let's move on. Now, here's the thing. When we talk about young people, when we talk about coding, I'm sure, and I can guess, a lot of you have this kind of, there's something inside of you that feels kind of proud because what's happening here in Kosovo in terms of coding and young people is actually being replicated not just here in around Kosovo, but naturally around the world as well. Coding schools, we've got 4 young future developers. We've got the 4 schools there, really putting together, really working out solutions and putting those together. We'll find out a little bit more about that tomorrow. But the next gentleman now here on stage is gonna share with you a little bit about how Digital School, what they're doing, is actually being replicated around the world. Again, I'm really intrigued and curious to see how all this started and really where it's going as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in for a treat. Put your hands together for CEO and co-founder of Digital School, Darse Rizai.
Hi, everyone. Just imagine 7 years ago, we couldn't find a ticket for KosICT. Now I'm a speaker, so super proud of this. Since I only have 20 minutes, that's how much they gave to me, so I'm going to cut to the chase immediately. It's obvious. Earth needs more developers. A lot of them. So if you just look at these statistics, 2021, over 40 million developers are lacking in the global market. And imagine the prediction for 2030 is getting even worse. 85.2 million will be lacking. And this is a huge risk for the companies, where over 8 trillion are at risk to being lost because of this issue. So me and Hannah, we said, hey, this is a big issue and someone should do something about it. And of course, there's not just us that we're doing something about it, but we're a big part of this picture. I'm going to give you a flash forward over what we have reached till now, and then I'm going to be sharing with you how we made it and why we're so special versus many other companies that are existing out there. 2016, we founded Digital School. Then 2017, we had the first location. 2018, we managed to do the first franchise in Slovenia. 2019, we signed a strategic contract with Berlitz. If you don't know about Berlitz, Berlitz is a huge language school that has over 500 locations globally, where we have already started to scale with them. So you might be looking at some other statistics. We've got only in Pristina today over 1,200 active kids learning programming. We're present in multiple locations in Germany, Mexico, Brazil, Morocco, Slovenia, North Macedonia, Bosnia, and Tunisia. We've got over 7,000 students that are active globally, and we're working a lot on opening up new locations during this year and the next year in global, basically. It's in EMEA, APAC, and LATAM. Okay, so how come, this is a question that we get asked a lot, how come a company from Kosovo is doing a global scaling, and especially in the educational sector? What is the secret recipe? So I will be sharing today with you not just the journey, how we started, but what's within the company. We never shared this before, and we decided to share this today with you. So this is the core values that we have. And first thing, and the most important one, is our curriculum. What are we teaching our kids today? There's the quality control, but not from the perspective of just quality control, but what we have done in order to maintain it, the gamification of the process, our team, and the main aspect is the risks that we took throughout this whole journey. So if you look at our curriculum and what our kids are learning today, you might be seeing pretty much the similarity from our school with other schools where we're teaching logics, they're doing developing of the games through scratch, they're developing apps, they're creating websites, they're learning WordPress, and then we have the professional programming languages, which you most probably, if you're a developer, you already know all of these and what they do. So what's so unique about us? So let's go first to the curriculum. What we have done and what we have seen what the other competitors are doing on a global scale is they're using all of those languages that you've seen, and they're using the curriculums which are already given to them. And if you look at it from the perspective of a curriculum and all of these platforms that are built, every platform wants to be an introductory platform to new students. So all of the ready-made curricula that is available today, and which most of schools are using, is introductory to that particular programming language. And we said, you know what? We can't have our kids go through introduction. So we made a leap of faith, and we made it a custom-built curricula, which creates from zero to a full-scale developer, of course, on a junior level, considering that we're talking about kids aged 8 to 18 that are learning programming, that are going from simple to complex programming, and everything is hands-on. Very, very little theory, everything is hands-on. They learn by doing. And of course, in order to achieve all of this, we have built throughout the years a big, dedicated team that works constantly on developing these curriculums. Technology changes, we need to change with it. We need to be quite agile and adapt with it. The next thing is quality. So just imagine, there's a big question why it is so difficult to implement coding in public schools. And it's not just difficulty here in Kosovo, it's difficulty around the globe. One of the main problems, besides setting up the infrastructure, training all those people in order to be doing it, the problem is that the teacher that you select, by the time they have finished 1 or 2 years teaching, they will be a proficient programmer on their own. And most probably they will leave and find a job that pays him 5 times more than you're paying him today. So the problem is, how are you going to keep up when you know that an instructor, a teacher, they will leave you quite soon? So the idea around it, what we did, we're using a university-grade LMS. We have set up processes for literally everything. We've got thousands of pages of documentation that anyone who joins our school, They don't have to ask questions around. They know everything already because all what they need to do is look for it. There is documentation about everything that they need to do. When it comes to documentation, they have the whole curricula written to them so that we guarantee a minimum. There's the benchmark that we need a student to be able to learn. So we guarantee that any instructor that joins today, they know exactly what they need to do, hour by hour, lesson by lesson, without having the need to ask questions or be guided. There's a lot of trainings that they get in-house. And fifth, the most important thing, and this is just not just important for internally how to scale and how to do things, it's also important for being a franchise as well. You need to have systems. We have everything digitalized around the schools. We have a digital management system that manages the whole school, and every single thing is digitalized today so that easily replicatable, easy scalable. And the next thing, and this is my favorite part, do we have any Harry Potter fans around here? Nice, I'm a huge Harry Potter fan. And I always said, if I was a kid and Hogwarts was a possibility, that's gonna be my school. So how do we make Hogwarts a reality? And this is what we've done in digital school. If you look at magic, with magic you can create things from thin air. And the only thing closest to magic is programming, because you're literally creating things out of thin air. So this really matched up very well with us. So today we have 4 houses. We have the houses of engineers, the speedsters, the hipsters, and the shadows. These houses have made it possible for us not just to gamify the whole experience when a student joins our school. They literally, on the first day, what they do is they join one of the houses, and that's permanent, pretty much the same as in Harry Potter. And then they fight a war in between each other. And the way the war is fought is you need to gain experience points. We don't have grades at all. We don't want our students to actually feel the pressure of grades. What they do, they need to gain experience. The more experience they gain on an individual level, the more experience the whole house gains. And the challenges that they do, they're all basically based on coding, based on technology, based on different kind of things. And this is not just happening in Pristina. So we've got kids in Brazil versus kids in Mexico versus kids in Germany versus kids in Pristina, all gathered up on different kind of houses and waging a digital war in between each other with knowledge. And what happens at the end of each year, like an academic year, the house that won, they select their own house government, and that government, every year, they make actually these challenges on their own. So these are things, the input is coming from kids, because we want to listen to them, we want to feel their world, and we want them to have that space to express themselves, and not treat digital school just as another course. Because this is becoming a part of their life. They're becoming a part of a bigger and a larger society, and they feel that. And on the other end, us as a school, we're ending up with something even more valuable. Right now, we have a huge alumni of kids that we know that are learning programming. So you can imagine, in some years from now, we will have a huge database of people that we know they know programming because they have been learning with us for at least 6 years. And this is the main value that we will be giving back to the world and to the companies, not just here locally, but globally. And another very important aspect, and all of this would have never ever been possible without the team. You can't imagine doing this on your own. So the biggest investment that we've done from day one was invest in the team. And I'm really glad to say that the main people that are driving the school forward are with us from day one. And they share our vision, and they share everything that what we need to do and where we need to get. And they're driving all of this forward. So all of the rest, nothing possible without the team. And I think the biggest value, beside having everything else that I told you, our biggest assets are the people that we have today, and that make me and Hana super proud today over what we've reached. And it's just the beginning for us. So let's see where the world leads us. And my final remark is no risk, no story. All what I told you about, it sounds like a nice thing that we've done and that it was an easy journey to do. So I want to share with you a personal story of us about the risks involved into getting all of this. Me and Hannah were also a partner in life that we founded Digital School. When we started Digital School, we only had 1,500 euros in our bank account, and we had a huge loan for our house. So when we opened up Digital School, we used that money to buy computers and to rent a very, very tiny small space and start Digital School. And in order to sustain a business, you probably know that you can't work a full-time job and do business. It just doesn't work. So we quit our jobs and went in all in. And literally every other month we were investing the money back to the company. And that kind of investment followed us throughout the whole years. And we made it possible to scale. And this is not just the only risk that we've had. It was a huge risk starting up a franchise and owning up to the contract. We haven't had any consultants around here to tell us what to do. So we YouTubed our way in and booked our way in and created a whole franchise model out of nothing. And it was another huge risk going up with Burles, for example, and telling us that, yeah, we have the possibility to open up 500 locations globally. Can you do it? And we're doing it, fortunately. So it's super important to remember for everyone, even when you start a business, if you don't feel the risk in your bones, it's not going to work. You need to understand that that risk is what's going to be driving you forward. So make sure not to be afraid. We weren't afraid to go and hunt for the world, because what people were telling us throughout the years, and I'm not talking about just people, I'm talking about investors, I'm talking about consultants. This is not going to work from Kosovo. Kosovo's not going to cut it. And another thing is, why don't you open up a branch in EU? Because nobody's going to believe you and trust you as a company from Kosovo. And we went exactly against that. Digital School is 100% owned by us. It's a 100% Kosovo product. We're super proud of it, that we made it possible to actually go out to the world from this location, not any other European country. Thank you very much for your attention.
Fantastic. Before you go, Darcy, right, this is a beautiful, you'll agree, a beautiful story, right? So if I ask you right now, let's say we were doing this, you were on this stage in 10 years' time, hopefully we've done 11 years of KosICT, I'm sure there's another 10 to come as well, but let's say in 10 years' time you're standing on this stage and again sharing a little bit about what's happening in 10 years' time. Where do you feel Digital School and what it's doing will be? Tell us a little bit, just quickly, 10 years' time from now.
If you've learned anything from us till now, is that we're not scared to dream. We're big dreamers. So when I told you that Burles has 500 locations, by all means, we're aiming all 500 of them. so that's where we want to reach, but not even limited to that, because of course there's a lot of opportunity in new developing countries where coding skills are super important for the new generation. We're teaching kids today, let's just put it this way, we're teaching kids today for the professions that we don't even have a clue that they will exist. And this is the new literacy. It used to be English. No English in the world will open up the doors to you. But coding will open up doors to lawyers, to doctors, to everyone, because they need to understand how technology works, not just use it. Because only then they can innovate on top of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think you'll agree with me. We love his passion, we love his commitment, and we love his hard work. Ladies and gentlemen, Darcy Rizai, thank you so much. Fantastic. And again, remember, this is all recorded. This is live streaming as well. So people will be seeing this, hearing his words in different countries around the world. And they might just even reach out, contact him maybe over LinkedIn and see where collaboration can actually unfold. Let's move on. We now move over to the metaverse. I say the metaverse to you again, something which a word we've heard many times over the last year or so, maybe a little bit more as well. And naturally, it's becoming certainly reality for many as well. Really become one of the biggest players in really, as I say, a fusion of digital and physical, putting those together, and that's really what we have in terms of the metaverse becoming a reality. But let me tell you one thing, Nokia see it in a slightly different way. That apparently is happening all the way through. So when you hear that, I shouldn't say that. When you hear that, don't react. If you hear that and it's just short, don't react. If you hear that louder and it sounds like a fire, if you see a fire, we really need to go. But apart from that, just don't ignore it. But this will probably happen throughout the day and tomorrow as well. So back to the metaverse. Nokia, they believe that there's really three different metaverses: consumer, enterprise, and industrial, with the maturity that comes with it. Again, I'm intrigued to hear all about this right now, and the man that's going to do it for you right here on stage is with us, ready and waiting. Please welcome to the stage Chief Technical Officer of Strategy and Technology at Nokia, Mr. Gianpaolo Panariello.
So thank you, Peter, for the introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to stay in this wonderful city, and I would like to thank the Finnish Embassy for the invitation. So in this talk, I will discuss about innovation, about vision of the future, in particular about metaverse, space, internet from space, technology that will change our life. But will or are changing? Actually, I decided to change a bit the title of the presentation. So these technologies are already changing our life. So let's try to make it a bit interactive. Metaverse, Meta, you know that this is an hype. We have also a company that changed the name. Facebook now is Meta. Why do you think that there is so much interest in Metaverse? Take a guess. What do you think, James?
Okay. The main reason behind this one, of course. If it's working. Okay. Is this one. It's money. So there is a forecast that Metaverse will have a value of 13 trillions in 2030. 13 trillions is 13 plus 12 zero behind. And this was an estimation done by Citi and published on Fortune. Now, for what concerns Metaverse, we in Nokia, we are doing a lot of studies. We are trying to understand what will be the key trends that will change our life in 2030. There are three families of trends. There are socio-economical and geopolitical trends, technology trends, and then we are trying to understand who will be the customer, what will be the user needs. So focalizing in the beginning and the center, what will be the technology trends? For sure, Metaverse will dominate, together with cloud and Web 3.0. Web 3.0 is going to be the new web, the evolution with a decentralized power based on blockchain, for example. Cloud, we know very well that up to a few years ago there was an IT cloud, a telco cloud. Now there is, and there will be more and more a convergence. And behind, what will be the technology behind? Of course, we will have the migration from 5G to 6G, because there are some key requirements that cannot be fulfilled with the technology that we have today in 5G. If you have a very fast look to the socio-economical and geopolitical trends, I would like to underline just two. One is cybersecurity, the other one is sustainability. So now, you know, we sell product for telecommunication. Up to few years ago, it was enough to have a good product with good feature, good price, a good time to market. Now this is no more enough. Now you need to have really a product that is secure and sustainable. Sustainable means, of course, low power consumption. For what concerns the user needs, up to a few years ago, we had mainly customer service provider that was selling to consumer. Now we have different type and different needs of user. We have the consumer, but we have also the enterprise customer focused on IT. We have the industrial customer focused on operation technology. And then, last and not least, developers that are the ones that will implement new functionalities on top of the network with open API. Okay? Now, but what is really the metaverse? So our vision is that the metaverse is driven by two enablers. One is the fusion between digital and physical world. That is the modelization of the physical work, like for example in engine, in the digital way, okay? In the other side, there is the human argumentation, that is the increased capacity for human, for person, to access the digital world. And this can happen through extended reality. For example, today we have these big glasses with wired. In the future, we will have wireless, teeny glasses, and also, for example, exoskeletons in order to access the digital world. What is the digital physical fusion? Is the one that we call today the digital twins. So the mapping of the physical and the digital. And the metaverse is exactly the possibility for humans, through argumentation, to enter in the digital world. So there are some attributes of metaverse. One is, of course, the possibility to have an in-person joint experience. They have to be immersive, so you have to enter inside the metaverse. Then, of course, have to be persistent. It's not like a game. When you make a game today, you start to make the game, then you stop, you start again after 1 week, nothing will change. Instead, in the metaverse, the life will continue, will be persistent. Then, of course, openness is very important in order to have interworking with different parties inside the metaverse. Okay? Now, maybe Hollywood already gave us in the past some ideas of what could be the metaverse. Maybe the first one was Matrix in 1999 actually, where the metaverse was exactly this matrix that was a completely modeling of the life inside the digital world. You remember how it was possible to enter in Matrix? There was Mio, for example, that was sitting in these chairs with the connector in the neck. And this was the way to augment the capacity of human. So exactly what we said before. The argumentation of the human will allow to enter inside the metaverse. Another example is this other movie, more recent, Ready Player One. This was talking about a dystopic society where the life was not so good. The only way for people to be happy was to enter in this metaverse. The name was Oasis of this metaverse. And now they were entering in metaverse, in Oasis, again with these glasses, with some gloves, some suites that will allow them to live and to stay in this virtual reality. Now, coming back to what Peter was saying before, we Nokia believes that there are really 3 different types of metaverse. A consumer metaverse that will be focused on gaming and socializing between people. The enterprise metaverse that will be, or is better to say, IT-centric, mainly focusing on collaboration and teaching, learning. And then there will be an industrial metaverse. Industrial metaverse, this will be the real digital twinning focus on operation technology activities. Okay? Different will be the network that will support the different metaverse. For sure, consumer metaverse will be supported by mobile network. This because it has to be everywhere. Enterprise metaverse will be more supported by fixed network, the evolution of fixed network. While industrial metaverse, because it will be in small areas, mainly in industries, this will be supported and is supported today by private network. And we believe that there is a different timing, just to give you some curves that gives the return on investment, the growth, the revenues for each of these three metaverse. The consumer metaverse will become mature and will generate money not before 2025-26. So you see that it's quite flat, the curves for the first years. Enterprise metaverse is starting to give something. Most probably 2024-25 we will see the real growth, while the industrial metaverse is now producing money. You can see that already now the numbers are quite high. Okay, and this is the reason why we are seeing on the market a lot of industrial players that are asking for private network, and we are collaborating to them to build these digital twins and solution in order to improve the operation technology. But metaverse is nothing without use case. Here is the example of some use case that we are developing also with some of our partners. Top left, for example, the support to the design of new products. This is something that we are doing together with BMW. Very interesting is the support and planning of surgery. We can say that the remote surgery is still a dream. Maybe will come, for sure will come, but it's not a reality today. But the augmented reality, virtual reality supporting the surgery is something that is a reality today. It's very important, the matter of employee onboarding and socializing. This is driving also from the pandemic period, where there was some co-worker that was not able to meet each other physically. So different solution has been developed in order to improve the situation. I left the end on training. This is something very interesting that we are developing in Nokia. And this will allow really to have a big improvement in learning. Let's think about the possibility to have some people that make maintenance on electronic components, like this is, for example, a base station from Nokia. In the past, the situation is that you had to invite all these people in a training center from all around the world. You could not have training center everywhere. Then there was an instructor that was showing the piece of iron, showing how this was working, how was possible to dismount, how was possible to install. And then everyone had to go in front of this piece and exercise itself. Now all this is no more needed. Everyone is in its house with just some glasses and some pad joystick, so they can listen. They can meet each other in the virtual world. They can listen the instructor, and then they can go and take this object in their hand in a virtual way to rotate it, to use a screwdriver exactly following the procedure, in order to understand how this will work in the real life. And this is a big step in the direction of the training. You can see that today the paths are still very simple. In the future, of course, there will be glasses, there will be gloves that will support this activity. Now, a concept very important is the one written in the bottom. The metaverse will never move beyond our living room without a powerful network. That's clear. very nice feature, but if you don't have the network, you cannot do anything. Now, there are new services that are needed. Like, for example, the capability already talked about digital twins, volumetric video, computer vision, biosensors. And you can see here in this spider diagram the capability of 5G. And you can see that most of these services will not be able to run with 5G. So we need, of course, the evolution to 6G. So we are now in the transition phase. We can support something, but the full support will come, of course, with the 6G technologies. And just to look to some network capabilities that will be needed. Already talked about security and sustainability. Without security, we cannot have any metaverse for sure. But there are other network capabilities that are needed and have to be improved from what we have today. We know that mobile networks are mainly focalized on the downloading. They are asymmetric. When we wear these glasses, we generate a lot of uplink traffic. So we need to have an enhanced symmetrical capacity for the network. And another very important feature is the ubiquity. So the possibility to have this metaverse, to use this metaverse everywhere you are. And so you know very well what could be the technology that can help this in order to implement the ubiquity is, of course, Internet from the sky. It is the second part of my presentation that I will talk a bit about. Another thing that we need, I will try to be a bit more fast, is the way in which we build the network. So there are some areas in which are really needed extreme performance specialized network, not everywhere. I make you an example about localization. If you are inside a factory with some drones that are moving objects from one side to the other, we need localization accuracy of centimeter. Otherwise, this drone will crash immediately. If you are instead using an application of public safety, the 911, for example, you need to know more or less where is happening the something. So you need some meter accuracy. So there are some areas in which will be needed very extremely performance for the network. Network of networks. So we know that we have different networks that are serving us from the personal area like Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, then we move to the cellular and so on. We have a lot of areas in the world that are not covered. For this reason, we need an extraterrestrial coverage. We call it extreme coverage. This will come only from satellite, and I will talk to you later. Network will be a sort of orchestration. This is part of 6G that will allow every customer to be connected with the best type of connection wherever he is. And this will happen in a seamless way. Okay? So this is the concept of network. Then last point is about the network as a service, network that are open for the new development of the developers that will create new type of service on top of the existing one. So moving to the concept of network and the internet from the sky, I would like to discuss a bit about the new space economy. We know that we are in a phase of a boom of new space economy, mainly driven by the entrance of the private investors in the space, just to make two names like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos. From technology point of view, we have some disruption. One of these is the use of this low orbit constellation that allow to have much better performance in terms of throughput and latency, but also in the rocket technology. So we have now it costs much less to send satellite in the space because of the reusability of many part of the rockets. We know very well Falcon 9 from SpaceX, but also the possibility to send more satellite with one rocket in the space Falcon 9 can send up to 60 Starlink satellites in just one shot, and the reduction also in the cost of satellite. So what is going to happen is the introduction of a new concept, the non-terrestrial network. Non-terrestrial network is the name of a standardization coming from the 3GPP that will allow to have direct connection of conventional smartphone from the sky. Okay, and this is part of release 17 that has been frozen few months ago. But in general, non-terrestrial network talks about the merging between terrestrial and space telecommunication in order to give a seamless experience to the final customer. Just a few numbers about the market. These are the forecast number of users up to 2030 for direct connection to satellite. You can see that we can arrive around 400 million users. This is coming from NSR. This is an estimation in NSR. While in this other part, you can see the comparison of the revenue, cumulative revenue from direct-to-device service in 2030 compared to other service from LEO satellite like Starlink today that is fixed access. So you can see how the money will be in this direct connection to smartphone. This is a bit a vision of non-terrestrial network. So you will have satellites in different orbit, geostationary, mid-orbit, LEO orbit, that will give different type of service to the final customer. Will be direct to smartphones, direct to Internet of Things, but also to fixed device. But not only satellites are part of the non-terrestrial network. There are also the hubs, high-altitude platform. These are like drones that are powered by solar or hydrogen that will fly on a specific area in order to give the service for 30 kilometers from stratospheric altitude to that specific area. And also this has been standardized from 3GPP. Who are the players today? Maybe you already heard about these guys. The two on the top are Constellation, LEO Constellation already ongoing. These are Starlink, 1,000 satellites already sent in the space, and OneWeb. Next to come, Amazon with the Kuiper constellation, and Telesat with the Lightspeed constellation. Up to today, these are all service to fixed receivers, the one that we can call fixed wireless access. So you need a parabolic antenna, a quite big parabolic antenna in order to get the service. But all of them are already thinking to the second generation with direct connection to smartphone. And then we have this next frontier, the direct to device, because there are some companies that they don't want to wait for the standardization, they will start before. The first that I want to speak about is ST Space Mobile. They just launched the first satellite, also in this case is a constellation. They are very popular on internet because they are using this very huge antenna, 64 square meter, is an active phased array in order to serve the existing mobile phone, smartphone that are on the earth, the one that you have in your pocket. The service will be launched by next year. They will use the spectrum coming from terrestrial operator. Then there is this very interesting announcement that was done by Starlink and T-Mobile end of this August, that they will offer a messaging service starting from next year using Starlink second generation that will mount an active antenna also of 25 square meter. Also in this case, the spectrum will come, for example, from a terrestrial vendor that is T-Mobile. Very interesting, the last announcement that has been done by Apple when they announced the iPhone 14. They said that iPhone 14 will support a sort of emergency SOS service completely managed by Apple. So Apple does not need any collaboration with any terrestrial service provider. They just made an agreement with Globastar. These are satellites already in the space, and they will provide this service in the United States starting from next November. Just a look to what are the apps. I already talked about this. So we are talking about this kind of drones. They can be, again, solar powered or hydrogen powered. The advantage of apps is that in order to cover a specific area, you don't need to send tens of or hundreds of satellites in the space in order to make a constellation, because, you know, LEO satellites are moving. So if you want to give a fixed coverage in a specific area, you have to send many satellites. In this case, you can send one or few apps of this drone flying exactly on the area that you want to cover. This is very useful, for example, for natural disaster when the terrestrial infrastructure will go down. And I would like to close my presentation just giving you a vision of what will be the 6G. 6G actually will be the fusion between three different worlds: the physical, the digital, and the human. Physical world with digital world is exactly what I mentioned before, that is one of the enablers of the metaverse, the digital twin. The fusion between human world and digital world will be, in the beginning, just some argumentation for human. That is the other enablers, by the way, for the metaverse. But then in the future, of course, we have some science fiction movies that talk about this cyborg, and maybe this could be my picture in few years. So again, 6G will be supported by some specific pillars, like sustainability and security that I already talked before, and then there are other two very important pillars. One is network on network, and the other one is the global service that are calling, of course, for such type of new coverage coming from the space. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Fantastic. Wonderful. Right, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? We have already been through the first section, first morning part of day number 1. And guess what? You'll be glad to hear this. We're going to have a break. A break for something to eat, something to snack on, a drink, more conversations. But remember, back here, main stage at 1:10 for more KosICT Technology Festival 2022.
much.
Ladies and gentlemen, guess what? We are about to begin our next session. Everybody come on in, get comfy, take a seat. Feel good. Are you feeling good? I hope you are. I guess you are. I imagine you are. I could only assume. Because we're having a great day, aren't we? Everything you want in Pristina. Everything you want from a festival. We've got the dev stage, we've got the main stage, we've got the future developers area, we've got the coffees and the food outside, we've everything you want. And guess what? It's about to get better because we move on now to our next session. So SMEs within the country, within the region as well. So how can ICT really increase the competitiveness of SMEs? Again, I say that to you in your minds. Maybe you have your own answers. But in the meantime, we're going to listen to a healthy discussion, a productive, healthy discussion of really some of the answers that are going on, the perspectives of some of the people here on the panel right now. So I'm not going to introduce the panel to you, but what I will do is introduce the moderator who's going to healthily guide this conversation, this discussion, certainly in the right way. Please welcome to the stage from ProCredit Bank, Algira Kadriai Dushi.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure being here today, and it's even a greater pleasure for ProCredit Bank supporting this tech festival, the main tech festival of the region for several years now. And it is because we really believe that tech and that we as individuals, as businesses and as institutions should know, should learn and should discuss regarding innovations and what is happening in technology nowadays in order to be in the forefront of this digital environment we are living on. You probably would ask yourself what a person responsible for business development in a bank is doing in a tech festival. Well, let me tell you that it's exactly the interaction and the cooperation between IT and business that made us achieve what we have today. And we are the leading SME bank in the country for several years now, working with SMEs in Kosovo and not only financing and giving loans to these customers, but also innovating and bringing them the latest services online. Now we proudly say that all of our SMEs do 100% of their transaction via our digital channels. So our main principle is that we partner with SMEs, and we want these SMEs to be our house bank clients. What we mean with this concept is that we want them to not only bank with us, but to discuss and to develop together with us. How we do it is that we do it now by discussing and telling them about what is happening out there and how should they expand and even reach not only regional businesses or SMEs, but also businesses in EU market. That is why we have decided today to talk and to speak about a very successful SME and how this journey brought them here. During these years, except being the SME bank, we also had our digital approach. So we invested a lot in this regard, and despite being the first bank in the country and the first bank that introduced cards and also ATMs and cash-in ATMs during these years, we also were the first bank that had 100% of business transactions via online channels, and also still developing and trying to bring new innovative services for our SMEs. But for SMEs, this is only one part of their operational processes and internal things that they digitized. So it's just a part of them. They have a lot of other processes, be it in production companies or other companies, that they have to invest in or develop in order to be there and to be competitive today, not only in Kosovo, but also outside Kosovo. And that is why we think that we, together with our partners, with EBRD and other chambers, can serve as a bridge between SMEs and the ICT companies in order to bring them in another so to bring them in this journey, in this digital journey that we are already in. And for that reason, we discussed and we know something about what is happening out there in Kosovo, but still we wanted to see, and we, together with the German Chamber of Commerce and EBRD, we supported a research made from Reinvest Institute in Kosovo, because we wanted to have figures and to know where do our SMEs stand in regard to digitalization. And it turned out to be that our SMEs have a digital index that is calculated based on some questionnaires of European Investment Bank. Our SMEs are at about 32% digitalization index in Kosovo, while digitalization index in other SMEs, in other business sectors in states like Bulgaria and Croatia, it stands at 60%. This tells us a lot, and this tells us that we have a lot of things to do in order to bring them at this point. What we found out also based on this research and on the questionnaires that we made with more than 500 SMEs in production sector in Kosovo is that the SMEs that were exporting, which is one of our business objectives, were the SMEs that had invested more in digitalization and that had some processes digitized already. Also, as expected, businesses that are high-end medium or high-end small, so they are bigger, are the businesses that have invested in digitalization. But are we ready for this digital journey? Are our SMEs ready for this digital journey? And are there ICT companies in the country that would help them achieve this? Is what we will discuss today with the panelists and our main partner in this regard. So I'm very happy to ask to join me Leonora Kusari from EBRD, which is one of our main partners, Kreshnik Shehu from Shehu LLC, which is our house bank SME client in production sector, in wood sector, who will share the great story of Shehu, and Arbor Bakia, last but not least, the person that represents today the ICT company and the ICT sector in Kosovo. I say last but not least because since, as I discussed in the beginning, so it was business and IT that brought us here today. And still, we think that without the digital business strategy, without the business, the culture of innovation, the staff engagement, and also the customer engagements in the digital journey, we cannot move forward. But all of this depends on the IT and technology that we have and we can use. Thank you and welcome. We will start this conversation with Shehu. With Kreshnik. He will share with us the story of Shehu LLC, which is a great success story in regard not only to production and in wood sector, but also in export and latest also in digitalization.
First of all, thank you for opportunity to be part of this session. For me, it's not so easy to speak in English, and I will do the best to tell what I wanted to tell in Albanian. And I'm going to translate from Albanian in English, and it's not all what I wanted to say because I'm not so good in English. First of all, growing or success of Shehu LLC was made with different small steps and small decisions. First of all, in 2002, 20 years ago, we have made a decision and step to focus in one product, to produce not like a traditional producing wood processing to produce everything, but just to focus in wooden stairs. And we have make specialized in this product, and after that next step and the decision is to invest in CNC machinery in 2008. When we have making that time investment in CNC machines, it was not easy because we have bought this machine or we have find money to buy this kind of machine, but it was not enough to have money and to buy this kind of machine. We needed to have installation, maintenance, and also to training to teach how to operate with this kind of machine. And what we have done. After that, next step was investment to be a supplier of, real supplier, domestic supplier of CNC machine, and we have opened SIMA Kosovo in 2014. And we have, bit by bit, we are now the main supplier for woodworking machinery. And we was able to make installation, everything, but even it was not enough. And we have see how to teach the employer of the companies who has make investment, and we have opened Shehu Academy. And after that, we look forward, we need digitalization. And we have investment, we have make investment to have, first of all, Corpus. It's one software who is able to make all from drawing to production with one step. And we have done a lot in wood industry. And after that, after the COVID, it was the step to make a digitalization of process inside in the company. And after that, we have, with the help of EBRD, we have contact with BBROS, and we have started one cooperation. And now I'm so happy to tell you we have a very good platform, very good software who can help all the producers to manage all the process, all the steps of the process in production. That is a short story. If I translate in Albanian, maybe it's going to be longer, but it was necessary to speak in English. I have done the best, but okay.
Thank you, thanks a lot, thank you. And now Arbor maybe will tell us regarding the investments in digitalization that Shehu did, and not only Shehu, but how do you see the SMEs in the market?
Okay. Thank you for inviting us to the panel. When we started the company, we wanted always to be a product company, and we always went toward that goal. We have done some software services in the past, and we still do. But when we met with Kreshnik first time, I remember he still like teases me sometimes that in the first meeting he came with a list with a big idea, and I said everything, yes, we can do this. And he was surprised. He was saying like always that, are you sure? There are some that are with some people that he met before. He said that some are some kind of not doable, let's say. And I said, no, these are easy, like these are piece of cake. And I said that because with the past experience that I have, and we have been working with different apps, with different mobile platforms, web platforms, that we have done most of it or we had experience behind it. And when he came with the idea, we discussed it in more details, and we came up with the solution. Let's do it together, do it as a partnership, because it's you cannot hire a company just to do the app and then the platform and then change the company or stuff like that. Like I suggested, let's do it together because it's much better, much long-term partnership. It's better to have. And we started to work. It has been like a lot of, let's say, pain a bit together, like frustration, coming up with ideas, having a lot of bugs sometimes. But at the end, as we see it now, we sometimes discuss it and we say that if it wasn't for those frustration, for those late nights, we couldn't come up with this with this idea, the final one that we came now. But that we couldn't do without the help of EBRD, because during the process that we were doing, we needed some help from, let's say, organization or someone, and both of us, we thought, our mind went to EBRD, especially Leonora, and we asked for help, and she was like eager to help, and without any hesitation, she's a big part, let's say, a process that we have now, a platform that we have now. She gave us a big help on coming to the goal that we had in mind, because without financial help a bit, we couldn't like achieve what we wanted. And today, I say that as we are doing like tests and stuff like that with different team, like both teams are ICT team and wood production team. It's a very interesting cooperation. I'm not saying me and Kreshnik, but the teams together. It's an interesting story because both teams are like growing and learning things that outside, let's say outside the box. But it has been a great road and a really interesting road. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Then Leonora from EBRD, who we all know as, will tell us what are these instruments and programs that SMEs have or can be supported by EBRD.
Thank you. And I'm not providing financing, but donors are providing finance. And yes. So I'm not the investor. So what EBRD does, we have several instruments. So our focus is to support companies on building capacities and providing advice how they can grow and develop further. And how we do it, it's a company, we go and analyze the company needs. Then we see what is the most important thing that can be done in order to develop further. We match them with the consultants, with local, regional, depending from the specifics, and we subsidized part of the cost. So so this is, while we support the companies to be better, to build their capacities, in another hand, we build capacities also of the consultants, because we enable increase of the demand, and with the demand comes also the tailored advice and new services and new products. So I think as an institution, we are supporting both supply and demand side in order to increase the competitiveness, which is the main goal also, or the main objective of the programs that have been financed by different donors so far.
Yes, thank you. Then again to Shehu and his story of production and tell us a little more in regard to the IT tool that you are testing now. So you invested in this tool, and soon you'll be able to know each step of the production cycle, right? And then just remind us, and also hopefully the word will be spread to other SMEs too, that was this an investment for you, or was it a cost? So how do you consider the investments in IT tools and digitalization in general?
First of all, it's investment, and it's good investment because it's investment for the future. And I'm telling it's not necessary to make this kind of investment tomorrow or after tomorrow. This kind of investment was done yesterday, because the future is through digitalization. All the production must be digitalized, and we have invested this kind of tools, digital tools, and this kind of tools has helped us a lot, because we can show the production, each steps in real time. Even if one person, it's in, for example, one customer is in Germany or in Switzerland, the customer can show the steps, what is, it's in 60% production done, or 70 or 90, or is in transport. that it's a kind of platform what has helped us a lot as a production to show and to manage all the steps from customer, registration of customers, offers, agreement, after that putting in production until after sales service. It's every step is interesting, and it's necessary to have one company and to show the data, because if you have all the data, you can project the future, you can project investment, everything. With this kind of software, what we have done together, what we have developed together, is done with a joined together mentality of production and mentality of ICT sector. Because this kind of job is not possible to do alone. And for that reason, I think, and I'm sure by myself, we have done the best platform, best software for this kind of lean management, because we have joined together all the time, all the steps, and we have done together. And I think if we are able to show our products, for example, some of our clients in Germany, for example, or in Switzerland, are not just one-time customer, it's partnership. They're going to show all the time where is his product. It's not necessary to make phone calls and to spend the time and money, because as we know, time is money. And even in transport, he can show where is the product. It's not necessary all the time to send email or even to call directly. And for that reason, I'm so happy, and I think we're going to share with all the productions. And what is more interesting, we have lose the time and we have spent nights and days to be platform flexible, not just for wood sector, to be for all production sectors. And for that reason, I think we're going to invest even more to develop even another models, and to be one to go to the perfect one.
Hopefully, yes. Thanks a lot. Data and analysis, like Kreshnik mentioned, is very important in digital transformation. You cannot, as an SME or even us as a bank, we couldn't make a decision without basing it in data or historical data that we had. And this is what is important. And Kreshnik was saying that now in his company, because he invested in some software 7 years ago, now he has data and he can make analysis even for his customers' needs or wishes for 7 years. And based on the research that we did, and also what we see in Kosovo nowadays, is that there are not a lot of SMEs that really can have historical data or can have access to this kind of things. And it is a very important part of the chain. Leonora, based on your experience and what you see and you discuss with SMEs, how do you see the future? What should we do as a part of this society and the economy in order to help SMEs or businesses digitize?
More money to support. No, really, the digitalization came as a necessity because the companies are growing, the companies are exporting. There is a need for accuracy, for not only the products, as Kreshnik is mentioning, but also the information. So you cannot do that by hand. So we need the SMEs need to include the digitalization or digital tools in their business operations, not only on the production side, but also on the management side. So as the companies are growing, and we are seeing also huge development, at least in my view, last 4 or 5 years, and especially with pandemic time, has accelerated the need to further support the companies on this, let's say, investing in the digital things. Why they need support is because the investment is costly. It's not only in terms of the money, but also in terms of the time spent and etc. So, and companies usually have the priority is given more to the, let's say, to quality of the product rather than doing the, let's say, investments on digitalizing their processes. So that's why further support is needed so they can capture and invest also in this part. Because otherwise we cannot speak about competitiveness of SMEs if we do not, or if they do not invest in this. What we can do more, besides incentives in terms of the grants, let's say, incentivizing them. Also, I think as banks, we need also to provide more funding to ICT sector, which was very low so far. As the companies, also ICT companies are growing, trying to accelerate also alternative instruments rather than loans that we were providing so far. So in terms of the equity, bringing mezzanine products and etc. So we can support both, first the ICT sector on developing new products and new services, but also the companies by incentivizing them to accelerate this part. We have also a program that we started 3 years ago for ICT companies, supporting high potential startups that they want to go internationally in the market, but also in the regions. As EBRD, we are in 36 countries of operations. You are the same as ProCredit, you have a large base. So I think we need to also capture this part of B2B between our clients, or trying to expand also in other regions rather than Europe, which pretty much all ICT companies are focused on.
Yes, thank you. And Arber, we as a bank, as an SME leading bank, as I said, we have the SMEs, but can you tell us your perspective of what can SMEs look for in ICT companies in Kosovo? So what tools do your company, BB Bros, and other IT professionals that we see here offer, and what is capable of the Kosovo market of ICT developing?
First, I would go, the mindset need to be changed a bit, because as we know in production in general, there is a slight mindset saying that I know what I'm doing, but we cannot get away from digitalization. Independent of what kind of business you are or what kind of production type you are. But there are a lot of tools that can be developed from different companies, ICT companies, that can help and optimize a lot of process in the production, or as we say, the wood production companies. We started this platform, but it's just the beginning. What we have planned for it, and we are where we want to go, or our final goal right now, as we think. And there are a lot of tools, we cannot count them, but there are a lot of tools that can help a lot of production companies, optimize the process, or as KosICT said, that many clients can know where is their project, the percentage of their project. Is it on the way? Is it half done? Or what is going on? But I think both sectors, either ICT or production, the mindset needs to be changed. That's the primary thing. Because also, me as the ICT sector, we have done some other tools for production in the past, but when we started doing these tools, we weren't taking it serious. And I think that's pretty much a setback or a bump that we need to move forward in thinking how we can change this way. if this happens, I know that the sky is the limit.
The limit even for SMEs in Kosovo.
Yeah.
We hope so. So we all agree that digital transformation and digital strategy is the main word. And we see that we have ICT companies here in Kosovo that will help and will help SMEs achieve a higher digitalization index that we saw here. And this was the story of SMEs and ICT and what ICT can do for an SME. And the story and the ecosystem was here in the panel. So we as a house bank of Shehu and BB Pros, when they needed transactions and financing and also visiting and discussing some of the plans that they had, Shehu that achieved efficiency and increased competitiveness and nowadays is exporting 80% of his sales. BB Bros that is investing and developing tools and applications for SMEs in Kosovo, and our EBRD who is there always to support us with advising and technical assistance. Thanks, thank you, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. Wonderful. What we'll do right now, we will just take away all these chairs ready for the next speaker to come on stage right now. They'll do that as quickly as they can. So we move on. Again, just to remind you, again, I had a quick look online on some social platforms. Apparently our hashtag KosICT 2022. It's on fire. It's on fire. Guess where it's on fire? Pristina. That's it. But hey, we're gonna make it burn a little bit further out. So again, share your moments, your KosICT moments, whatever they are, selfies, pictures of others, moments, conversations, nothing embarrassing. But you can pop that all online. And again, as I say, this only happens, when does it happen? Only once a year. So it's really important to make the most of today, make the most of tomorrow. Things that we snap, our pictures, our comments, all of these help those that are not in Kosovo, that are not really aware of really what's going on here over these last 11 years, but everybody could do their little bit, and more people, again, spreading the word of this festival, of this community that just seems to keep unfolding in the right direction. Right, we move on. So, digital transformation, we've already heard in the last conversation, the last discussion, how that's moving forward. And really, how would you define, if I ask you, how would you define digital transformation over the last decade? Some of you, I'm sure, would say it's really a mixture of digital business and technology, those two things coming together. But if I was to ask you over the next decade, how would that look and how would you define that? Many, I'm sure, would say it's all about intelligence about your customer, marketing and digital coming together. So two different things coming together for the future of how to define that. And the next gentleman here on stage, not right here, but right here, he's going to share with you his perspective and a little bit of a few ideas, again, that you could take with you and use that for your businesses as well. Please welcome to the stage Director of Product from Kin & Carter, Mr. Andrew Clark.
Have my slides, please. Okay. Right, I'm going to start with talking a little bit about my background. So these three logos are the first half of my CV, I think. I love answering big questions with technology. When I worked at Tesco, one of the world's largest retailers, the big question I was asking there was, what's the most efficient way to deliver groceries to customers' homes? Tesco delivers 1 million orders a week. That's billions of items a year that need to be picked and delivered. And I help re-engineer their algorithms with smarter routes and better data to save millions of euros a year. The coolest thing I did when I worked at Google wasn't in search, it was in healthcare. The question I was asking then was, How can we improve care we give to patients with acute kidney injury in London hospitals? From the moment a pathology test machine can detect a spike in creatinine in your blood, which is a marker for your kidney failing, it takes London hospitals 12 hours to get a doctor to your bedside. We got that down to 12 minutes by introducing mobile phones, push notifications, and removing pagers and fax machines. And with machine learning, even better, we were able to go from 12 hours to 12 minutes to 48 hours ahead of time. We could predict acute kidney injury in patients before it even happened. And that makes it possible to change healthcare, to go from being reactive to being proactive. And lastly, I worked at DeepMind, which is the world's most advanced AI company. And the big question there was, how do we get 1,000 machine learning engineers to work on the same problem at once? And that's building intelligence. And what we did was we created a graph and a product that brought together people, data, research, compute, agents, and experiments. And that product, internal product at DeepMind, became smart enough to recommend papers for each individual researcher to go and read. And that increased the serendipity and the pace at which we did research at DeepMind. Okay. I joined Kin + Carter to help them build better products. We're a digital consultancy, and we help some of the biggest companies in the world solve their big problems, like digital transformation. We have an office here in Pristina. We were delighted to partner with Fracton, and the office around the corner is full of talented people, and we're already working on products together. At Kin + Carter, because we work across so many clients and so many industries, hopefully we have a little bit of a unique perspective about what's important and what's coming next. So I want to share a little bit about that with you now. I want to start by talking about intelligence. Intelligence means different things to different people. It can mean planning, problem solving, creativity, to understand complex ideas and to learn from experience, and not just in a narrow sense. Clearly there's a spectrum of intelligence, and amongst biological things, we put humans at the top of that. We learn how to make tools, how to write things down, how to domesticate animals and plant crops, and all of human civilization has been created by intelligence, and that demonstrates its power and the breadth of its potential application. Okay, so for a city and an event so focused about the future, forgive me for talking about the past for a moment. In the 40s and 50s, Turing and von Neumann started to design general purpose machines. They separated instructions from processing and hardware from software. And by doing that, they created computers, theoretically, that would be able to do anything. So it was an exciting time, and people started to ask the question, are computers going to become intelligent? Are they going to develop their own intelligence? Then, in the early 60s, the pioneers came to a crossroads. At a time when computers were still huge, primitive, batch calculating machines, the future was still really bright. People still thought we were going to create intelligence inside a machine. And many were sure we'd be able to do that quite quickly, and we would enter the age of intelligence. And the age of AI, or artificial intelligence, as Licklider defined it, was everyone having access to a mechanical brain that was more powerful than their own and capable of doing everything. But the timeline for it was uncertain, And one of the best things Licklider did was propose that it was at least 20 years until we would get to intelligent machines and the age of artificial intelligence. So he proposed, unlike some others, that we should invest some time in working out how humans and machines can work together. So he proposed spending 5 years to crack all of the big problems that would enable that to happen, including things like real-time computing, human-computer interfaces, graphical user interfaces, peripherals like keyboards and mice. We hadn't cracked that yet. And he invested in it to great effect. He funded research with Douglas Engelbart and others. And by the end of the 60s, they made something which will feel familiar to us. And in 1968, they did an amazing demo of something that looks really close to Google Docs and collaborative software. And they had to invent the mouse and the graphical user face and everything to get there. So, did we get to the age of artificial intelligence that Licklider and others hoped we would? Have we got to truly smart machines? Well, yes and no. Software is eating the world, and machine learning is starting to eat software. It's really good at certain problems where you've got lots of data and you've got a clear goal. But we haven't made much progress on general intelligence. DeepMind has made probably the best steps to date in that direction, from AlphaZero to MuZero, an algorithm or an agent that can play chess, shogi and Go and Atari video games to the world's best human level, and it can also compress videos on YouTube. That sort of generalization and an agent that can do many things is incredibly hard. And they've made the first step towards that. But it's safe to say we are nowhere near coming to an age of artificial general intelligence. And so that begs the question, what's coming next? So if the last decade was about bringing business and technology together, the next decade is about becoming intelligent. Intelligence is the differentiator for the most successful businesses, both from the operation side and the customer experience. Intelligent experiences, those which are frictionless, personalized, and high value, have shaped the most powerful brand stories. From Google and Amazon to Netflix and Instagram, they have used data to create irreversible shifts in behavior and expectations. Data drives every elite user experience on the planet. Netflix provides everyone with a tailored experience. When you step through that door, you see a different product to everybody else. The rise in consumer desire for seamless, personalized experiences has also driven up investment in data. So any inefficiencies in your technology or experience that stand in a customer's way will cause them to go elsewhere. In this new age of intelligence, every customer moment counts, from acquisition to retention. So Google is pretty good at this, but what is behind that search box? What's behind that search box is 100,000 engineers, many of them trained in machine learning, thousands of designers. Google have 1 billion petabytes of data. They lay cables under the ocean to connect their data centers together. They've got data from 2.5 billion Android devices. And that's quite daunting. And it sounds impossible that a normal company would be able to replicate such an intelligent experience. But getting there isn't as hard as you think. Data platforms are now becoming more accessible than ever. Google and others are opening up their infrastructure. The tech world is open source. We share our methods and our approaches. And at KC, we found a reliable and repeatable approach to creating intelligent experiences. So let's have a look at what that's like. An intelligent experience is powered by data. Utilize your greatest asset. Move from guesswork to considered decision-making, so you're no longer shooting in the dark. You need to use the right technology to create a seamless, omni-channel organization in service of your colleagues and your customers. You need to understand the humans behind your technology. Your choices should drive you Your choices should drive you to more fluid experiences that make the most of your data. You need to use the entire end-to-end experience to generate maximum customer value and loyalty. Set new expectations, don't just meet them. An intelligent experience is better by design. You can find the moments that matter to your business and your customers. This is Current Health. They're a client of ours, and they're on a mission to deliver world-class care at home. Their app enables patients to get care from anywhere. So it's a mobile app paired with peripheral devices, and that enables patients to take and send their vital signs to doctors. Doctors can set patients' tasks, can chat with them through the app, through video calls or direct messaging, and send prescriptions via post. And that means for some patients that would otherwise have had to spend days or months in hospital, they can get their care from home. And for them, that's life-changing. So, how do you build an intelligent experience? Your intelligent experience starts with a zoom out to see the full picture. We start by taking an overview of your entire ecosystem. We look at every touch point and every part of the customer journey, from acquisition to retention, so we can target the specific area that will have the biggest impact. We then collect all the data you need to make informed decisions. We instrument your entire organization, and we build an intelligence hub with front stage data from your customer and backstage data from your business and your operations. There we go. And then finally, we identify the moments that matter. Companies operate in complex adaptive systems, so you need to highlight the high leverage points at which you can intervene. Lexus are a client of ours. We've worked with them for 20 years, and we are guardians of their European digital estate across 40 countries, and we support them with new product launches. They're a Japanese company, obviously part of Toyota, and they have a famous mindset. Kaizen, which is about continuous improvement, and Omotenashi, which is about anticipating customer needs. Those two mindsets are kind of perfect descriptions about what we imagine the intelligent experience of the future to look like. So at Lexus, we mapped the entire funnel, and we instrumented the entire funnel from the front stage to the back stage. And we learned that car purchasing can be a consideration for 3 to 6 months. And the handoff between things like the configurator and the dealership need to be incredibly slick for it to work. We also realized that the showroom experience was so much more powerful than the online experience. And so we worked really hard to bring the showroom to the customer. And we used head tracking technology in 360 OpenGL, so you could actually sit inside the car and feel it. This is my favorite case study from Kin + Carter's history. We collaborated with Corteva. Now they work with farmers, and they supply them with everything they need, from seeds to pesticides to digital services. And if you're a farmer, understanding the yield, understanding what's happening with your crops is incredibly important. And we collaborated with Corteva to create a new digital app that paired with a drone. So the drone brings a bird's eye view and it sends image and location data back with precision and speed. And it takes minutes to do a field survey, which would otherwise take hours, and reduces the amount of time of that assessment by 75%. The app then provides that information to farmers in a way that's easy for them to understand, and it helps them spot problems early, like diseases and pest pressures. And it makes it possible to act early, and doing so can save an entire harvest. There are now 800 Corteva drones in the sky doing this at the moment. But we also looked at taking data from the ground. We built a corn yield estimator, bear with me, that brought machine learning and a machine learning model developed by Corteva to the hands of the farmers. And it helped improve the speed and the accuracy of yield estimates in the field. Now a grower can literally snap a picture of corn in their hand, and the app combines that information from the image, passes it through the model, and mixes it with satellite imagery to provide an instant yield estimate. But we learned that farmers are often without internet, still good? Without internet connectivity. And so we use TensorFlow Lite to do the machine learning on device. So powered by data and better by design. So how do you start? Well, you could call Fracton, and we'd be happy to help. We've got hundreds of superstars in the region, and we're more than 2,000 people as Kin + Carter across the globe. Or failing that, here's some tips for how you can get started on building your own intelligent experience. The intersection of the disciplines is where the magic happens. You need EQ and you need IQ in your team. Intelligent experiences often require a team to go to new places, to stretch what they're comfortable with doing. So you need to assemble a team of people who can take you somewhere new. We always recommend to clients that they start with a thin slice of value. So you can find, like, you can't make every part of your experience intelligent. So you need to find that place to start and build out from an MVP. The thin slice lets you deliver something quickly, and so you can test a hypothesis and move in the right direction. And lastly, we recommend creating a continuous loop of improvement. The build, measure, learn loop is something that few companies get right. The speed at which you can move around the loop is the speed at which you can improve your customer experience. And where we see companies get this wrong is they don't take measurement seriously. They don't analyze the data from their products, or they do, so they measure and they instrument, but that data goes to dashboards, and those dashboards go to executives, and those executives go to quarterly meetings, and in those quarterly meetings they change OKRs, and then those OKRs feed back to the product team. That's too slow. This needs to happen in days, not in quarters. So there are tips for creating an intelligent experience. It's been a pleasure to share my thoughts on intelligent experiences with you, but that's it from me. I'm around today if you have any questions. Thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we move on again. Remember, those of you that have just joined us here on the main stage,
Again, our hashtag KosICT22, KosICT22. Again, make the most of that for today, tomorrow as well. Whatever you decide to do, remember, lots here, lots to choose from. Looking on the website, you can see exactly what's happening throughout today and tomorrow as well. Make the right choice. Again, after 2 days, that's it. And we wait another 365 days until we do this all over again. Right, let's move on. We move on now to our next session, high employee rating in the ICT industry, how to achieve and retain it. I ask you that question again, as some of you may have your own answers and own perspectives on this. The next gentleman on stage, he's going to share his perspectives. And literally, please put your hands together for the Director of Business Development, New Areas at Ericsson Nikola Tesla, Mr. Ivan Lupic.
Right. ICT industry, there is a specific thing in ICT industry. We are relying heavily on people and relying heavily on knowledge. It's a quite fast-moving industry. So basically, literally, all that you have in a specific moment is the people and the knowledge that you have. Sustainable competitive advantage is quite difficult to achieve. So in ICT industry, I think that, like they say, that happy customer is your best marketing. I find that similarly, a happy employee is a best referral for future employees. So I think that this high employee rating is a crucial thing for an ICT company. And in ICT this industry, it's quite difficult to achieve it. In this presentation, you will be hearing from me about this, how we achieve it in our company, and I will be, of course, introducing our company in a couple of slides. It's 10 slides, should be 20 minutes, and no font smaller than 30, so 10, 20, 30. I'm quite sure that I have 10 slides. We will see about the rest. I'm not so sure about the rest. Yeah. So who are we? Before that, what we do have is an employee satisfaction survey that I drew this idea from. And it's a communication tool with the employees where we have feedback about the culture, about things that need changing. We do this annually. A lot of companies have this. We have it for a couple of decades. I think that maybe we are one of the pioneers in the region. And there is one thing here that came to my mind and is quite interesting. I will translate. It says a question for the employee. I would recommend ETK, which is our company, as an employer to my friends and acquaintances. The score is 83 out of 100, which is quite high. If you go into more details, or favorability as we call it, that means that 87% of people said, 5 or 4 completely agree. There is like 10% who are neutral and 3% who say, nah, this is not good. And I think this is a phenomenal result, actually. I don't have a benchmark to compare it with, only last year, which is higher this year than last year. But I don't know, do you think it's quite good, I think. That actually means that if you stumble upon a random employee of our company and ask him, should I come work with you? You are very likely to have an answer which says, yeah, you should come. You are very unlikely to stumble upon somebody who will say, no, don't come here. At least he's neutral, but very likely to be very, very favorable. Especially, this doesn't show, we also distribute if an employee is less than 7 years in a company or more. If you look at those who are younger, they have an even higher rating, which is, I think, quite a good thing. But who we are? We are a global company. Ericsson Nikola Tesla, we are listed on Zagreb Stock Exchange. We work for customers worldwide. from east to west, from Japan to US, I would say. At one point in my career, I was lucky enough to lead a team where we had one project simultaneously in SoftBank Japan and city of Dallas in Texas. So it was quite a fun time. And who we are, we have around 3,500 employees that are working on all these projects. We have offices, we have a regional focus, right? We have offices in Zagreb, Split, Osijek, Rijeka in Croatia, Mostar, Sarajevo, Pristina, and Minsk, of course. That's not all R&D. We have a couple of R&D sites, Zagreb, Split, and Osijek, that's all in Croatia. But we are right now in the process of opening another R&D site in Pristina. So we have job ads that are open. And you can see a stand here, which is all for that purpose. What do we do? First of all, we are working with telecommunication operators. You might have heard already about the name Ericsson. Ericsson has been in telecommunications from the beginning. We as a company have a name from Ericsson. Ericsson is the inventor and the manufacturer and entrepreneur who established one of the first companies for telecommunication exchanges. So that's the core of our business. Then we have something called digital society, which is everything else. Basically any other industry, but we don't do everything. We work in selected domains like healthcare, transport, land administration, etc. We have a huge R&D center. Out of the 3,500 people, 1,800 work in our R&D. This is like one of the biggest R&D centers in the region, right? It's the second biggest Ericsson R&D site in Europe. And we are working on fantastic products there for the telecommunication provider. And we have a lot of competent people who provide services, consultancy, and other capabilities to other customers around the world. So these are the 4 domains that we do. Okay, so that's us. Of course, we focus on all our customers to provide the solutions, working together with partners. Quality is high on our agenda, etc., etc. But the second part of our strategy, the only second part, is our employees, because all that we do is based on our employees and the knowledge that they have. And there we also focus on things that are important to attract and retain them, like career development, personal development, health protection, welfare benefits. And this is something that I must say is recognized. In the ICT industry, since it is fast moving and fast changing, it is very, very easy to neglect this part. Career development, personal development, people are moving around, coming in, going out. This is the thing that needs maturity. Since we are a company that has been established in 1949, we have like 70 years of fine-tuning this process, learning about how we can give to every employee a possibility to give the best from himself, to develop his career, to develop himself, etc. And that fact has been recognized by the new employees that we hire, which we ask after some time, what is the reason that you would recommend? They very often highlight this part, that they feel that they are important. And this is a map of the employees. I've been saying this a lot, and I will be saying it's very important to have such employees that are happy and knowledgeable to be able to be a global company working in all these areas. So that's why 91% is highly educated, and you can see the map of the statistics about the youth or age of the employees. One of the things that I would like to mention on the EU agenda, a high topic is gender equality and the percentage of ICT experts, female ICT experts. So the gender ratio in our company is quite favorable, 73 to 27%. Not only that, 24% of managerial positions are filled by women. We not to forget that our company president is a woman. And the situation in Croatia is quite tough right now, I would say. There is a high inflation rate currently at 12%. We didn't have that for years and years. And especially the salary levels are increasing in ICT sector, of course, because there is a huge demand for ICT experts. So it is quite easy to go to another company and get a higher salary. But we are also struggling with some other things, like decrease of population in Croatia. And last year, for the first time, we had a decrease of ICT experts. So we have two problems that we need to solve. The first problem is to get the people to stay in Croatia. And if they decide to stay, then we have a problem to get them to come to our company. So it's far more difficult. And of course, we need to retain people. Here's a little bit of statistics about why people are leaving. As I said, it's quite difficult in this buyer's market to get a higher salary when going to another company. So that's the majority of reasons. But we also take careful consideration about any other reason an employer might have to go somewhere else. And we do a lot to better this situation. We are working a lot on talent acquisition. Last year we have employed 278 new ICT experts. We are working a lot on talent attraction through cooperation with universities. At each point in time, we have 250 students from last years of the university working in our company on concrete projects, which helps them on board and helps us, of course, select the best. We have summer camps for students and other things. We have an onboarding experience, which is like a boot camp for employees, so that when they come, they feel welcome and they can quickly start and learn new things, which is something very important in this time during COVID and after COVID, where we have a new reality about hybrid workspace. We have talent management program and development programs for talents and for managers, recognition programs, and a series of benefits that you can hear a lot more about on our stand from the experts that are standing there. So we actually do a lot, and we put a lot of focus on these things. And one of the things that is a part of our DNA is also innovation. And that's something that's also attractive to students, younger employees, etc. We have, as part of our name, I mentioned Ericsson, but we also have another great scientist from the past, which is Nikola Tesla. So it is, innovation is kind of part of our DNA. Also, at one point, more than 10 years ago, Ericsson also purchased a company called Marconi from Italy. So if you know, maybe Guglielmo Marconi was, we call him the inventor of first functional radio. So it was a fun combination of names and scientists, innovators from the past at one point. What we do internally to boost this culture of innovation is a lot of things. First of all, we have hackathons, which you know about, and we have them internally on a regular basis to solve some of the problems that the industries that we are working in and to again generate new ICT solutions. Then we have different innovation days. It's typically once a year where the entire company is dedicated to innovation. Then we have innovation challenges. It is a top-down approach where management can put an innovation challenge to the organization and say, okay, come up with the ideas. It's a quite good tool. And we have this Ericsson Nikola Tesla summer camp for students, which is, again, a lot of companies have that, but our summer camps is 21 years old. We have had more than 700 students, more than 400 projects in this summer camp, and a lot of mentors working with students in 5 weeks to generate ideas and to work on projects that might one day be a product. Talking about the products, some of the domains in the digital society, I would like to mention that what we are working on actually is, first of all, is transport, different ICT solutions for transport, which help us as a society, to save lives, especially with our railway solutions, and B, to have better use of the infrastructure that we have. So it's much better to manage the traffic going through a highway that has 3 lanes than to build a 4th lane, if it fits. The second thing that we are active in is healthcare. We are working very much in healthcare. This is an area that we are proud of. We have had more than 20 years experience in this area, starting in Croatia, then we exported it to other countries, and so far we have 4 national informatization projects that we have done globally. That means informatization of healthcare for the entire country. Part of that is typically electronic healthcare records, so where you have your own healthcare history and data in one place, easily accessible by the doctor and by you as a patient. E-prescription, e-referral, meaning you don't have to go around going with papers. E-booking, possibility to online book your slot in any hospital in Croatia and other countries that we have done, and telemedicine. And this whole area, as I said, started 20 years ago as a summer camp project. And then we productified it, and now it's a part of our offering areas. Digital transformation for government and for business, different case management solutions, archiving, learning, geospatial analysis. Land administration is an area which we are specifically strong with the land registry, one-stop shop, possibility to have your own data about the land that you own to get it online. Then we built on top of that the building registry and now infrastructure registry about all the infrastructure, electricity, pipes, optical lines, whatever. And then we have the last 2 areas, which is sustainability, a topic that is really important for us as a world right now, how ICT can help protecting our environment and the planet. Some of the solutions here are very on demand right now because a lot of companies are thinking how they can protect the environment and of course the public administration as well. And national security and public safety comes quite natural for us because it's protection of critical infrastructure, and telecommunication lines are also critical infrastructure, so it's quite similar to us. The last thing that I wanted to mention is the learning. So in order to maintain this good track record that we have, and in order to be able to provide innovative solutions in the future as well, we are promoting continuous learning. And that means also learning about technology that is coming, and which is not easy. These days, technology is changing rapidly, so you might have you might easily make a mistake of selecting the wrong technology for a project, and 2 or 3 years later, when this project ends, you realize that you made the wrong bet. So this happens, so you need to make right choices. That's why we have a technology radar. We continuously monitor the technologies that are coming in. We select the ones that we want to continue with, the ones that we want to abandon, and the ones that we want to try and adopt in future projects. And that's also important for learning, because we want to learn about the things that have a future. And we want to have certificates for something that is not obsolete, but part of the future. This is just a sample of what we have. We have more than 400 different technology certificates, and we are not specifically tied to any one technology. So usually we have for a specific solution 2 types that are interchangeable, I would say. To end this, I would like to say that you have seen what we are doing to attract and retain our employees, the ICT experts. You have learned a little bit more about Ericsson, Nikola Tesla that you might already know. To wrap it up, I would like to also mention that I've been working in Ericsson Nikola Tesla since '99. And myself, I can say it's a great company. It has provided me an international experience, possibility to, I started as a software developer, possibility to manage big teams of several hundred people, and possibility to learn new things, and the possibility to be here with you. Actually for the second time in the last 2 weeks, and I hope that I will come also in the future again. So thank you for that. I don't think that we have a Q&A session, but I will be here around if somebody needs, if somebody has a question for me, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Ivan Lupic, Nikola Tesla. Right, guess what? We're actually ahead of schedule, funny enough, surprisingly. We're ahead of schedule. So what we're going to do right now, just so we make sure we're actually on time for those of you, those lovely people, wherever you are, looking in online, at home, in your office, at your home office, in your beds, whatever you're doing, pretending to work, whatever you're doing, right? Just to make sure we're on time for absolutely everything. We will be back here for the next session. And guess what? This next session is all about looking at safe cities, looking at smart cities, looking at sustainable cities, the green aspect, bringing all of that together and really delving into that topic and making sense of really what it means to all of us. So, ladies and gentlemen, join us back here in about just over 20 minutes time at 2:50.
Don't pick up the phone, you know he's only calling because he's drunk and alone.
Ladies and gentlemen, guess what? We're about to begin now on to our next session. So those of you that are just coming on in, you're wandering in, you don't know where you are, what you're doing, one foot in front of the other. Come on over, take a seat, get comfy, because it's all happening right here. I don't know what's happening on the dev stage. I'm sure it's intriguing. I am sure there are many great things that are happening there. But hey, things are happening here as well. That's right. So right now, about to start our next session. So really all about digital solutions for safe, smart, and green cities. So we're going to delve into that in the form of a healthy, productive discussion. And there's one woman, a woman that if you don't know her now, you will know her certainly by the end of this session. I asked her, I actually tried to pronounce her 2 surnames, but she said to me, no, just tell me, just the first name's enough. They all know me. Well, I don't know you, but hey, by the end of this, I'm sure you will know her very, very well. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage moderator of this session, technical lead at Urban Shift UNDP in Kosovo, Arlinda Rushai.
Thank you. I have the pleasure of facilitating a panel that is going to be all female on stage. And 2 other gentlemen are going to join us online. The presentation, which will be by VC Systems, is about digital solutions, more specifically about 3D city models, digital twins, and how they can be used very beautiful things like transformation of our cities towards green, safe, and smart cities. Let's first listen to the presentation and then we will start with the panel. Thank you.
Speak to you today about the topic of digital twins for smart cities and regions. I'll get right into it. So for my presentation, I will quickly give an overview of the company profile where I work at. It's Virtual City Systems from Berlin, Germany. We're a software company. I will then give our perspective on the difference between what we understand to be a 3D city model and how this is different from a digital twin. I will quickly go over 3 main areas, urban planning, energy and environment, and safety in urban space. And lastly, I will show how our 3D applications can be integrated into a larger GIS center software for administrative purposes. And hopefully I'll have time for a short live demo, as I think this is always the best way to learn what we do. So yeah, we were founded in 2005, headquartered in Berlin, Germany. We are global leaders in semantic 3D city models and experts for 3D geoinformation. Our main areas of work are 3D city models, and within these city models, we focus on digital urban planning and urban simulation. So I think it's always important to offer how we perceive the difference between a static city model and a digital twin. As you can see here in the graphic, we believe the 3D city model is sort of the basic component which shows the entire city-wide objects at one point in time. So after, for example, an aerial survey or satellite laser scans, all objects within a city are converted into a certain data format, which is CityGML. It allows us to have a semantic layer on every object, so you're able to interact with them, and therefore we arrange the range of possibilities for analysis and simulation is expanded. And once this 3D static city model is captured, we are then able to add informational layers, for example, connect them to sensory devices for maybe real-time traffic data or weather analysis, prognosis tools, run simulations, or expand this model with the possibility of engaging citizens through opinion polls or commentary functions. So I'll jump right in the first topic I want to be more detailed about, which is urban planning. We have developed our own tool called the VC Planner, with which we have two opportunities as to how integrate 3D objects into these web map applications. First of all, with a few clicks of a button, you're able to sort of extradite 3D objects that are contingent on a 2D plan. Or also we have the possibility to integrate from architectural CAD systems, very highly detailed models also directly into this web map, import them. And just to show you, this is one of our functionalities which are integrated into every web map application, where you can, for example, use a slider tool to show the scenario as it is right now. And then with the planning tool we have developed, you can create different scenarios, then talk to your colleagues about them, share with the public. And yeah, before you get into construction, you can sort of visualize different scenarios as to how we want to develop a certain area. The VC View is basically our software component that allows us to visualize large data sets in a web map, which you're able to access with a smartphone, with every browser. You don't need very great hardware for it. I want to focus on two topics. First of all, this is 3D flood visualization. We're able to sort of source live weather data. In this case, it's from the German data agency on national level. And we're able to integrate the weather forecast into our 3D model. And in this case, for example, we have simulated a heavy rain scenario where then with sensory data, which are connected at the banks of the rivers, but also at every object where there's a sensor, you can sort of forecast how high the water level will rise. And we've also implemented a tool that allows us to generate, based on a pretty complex algorithm, a damage calculation. And based on these simulations, we're able to give advice to public officials as to where security measures might need to be put in place or people need to be evacuated in terms of in case of a extreme weather event. Another field we focus on is 3D solar potential analysis. We've developed an application where we can directly calculate the global, diffuse, and direct irradiation on all surfaces of every object within a city or a region. And as I said earlier, given that we use a certain data format called CityGML, we're able to interact with every object, click on an object, and this info bubble pops up where you can then visualize graphically, but also numerically, the irradiation over a certain period of time. Yes, we at Virtual City Systems are always happy to take part in research programs and develop our applications further. A lot of our software is based on open source because we believe it's important to allow users to sort of advance and develop further applications for our own software. In the field of urban safety, we have done two research projects. This is one where we took students from the Berlin University to the streets and asked them to sort of map out where in certain urban areas they have a perception of unsafety or safety. And based on this feedback by our participants, we were then able to map out sort of the safety or non-safety perception in certain areas and give advice to public officials as to maybe how alter the urban environment to decrease this visibility or audibility perception of unsafety. Another really interesting project we were taking part in is it's the simulation of mass pedestrian movement in urban environments. This was also done with the police of Berlin, where they wanted to understand better, for example, during mass protests or mass demonstrations, how large groups of people in a dense urban environment move. So we basically set up this simulation where you can see how, based on the street layout and also the amount of people, where people will likely move given in a certain direction. And again, the result of this research project was we were able to offer advice as to maybe where bottlenecks in the city might be created, mass hysteria can be avoided, and just generally offer a safer progress or safer a safer demonstration. Let's put it that way. Another interesting field is we simulate traffic simulations and autonomous driving. In this case, this is a screenshot from a project in Ingolstadt in the south of Germany, where we captured a very highly detailed street intersection, and we were able to sort of run thousands of simulations as to understand better why this specific crossing is very vulnerable to traffic jams and also accidents. And as in the previous projects, the idea is always to then have more founded insights as to how improve a certain field of urban development. Okay, lastly, before I would like to jump in a live demo, if we still have time, I'd like to show how we cooperate with partner firms. For example, this case, Riva, it's a firm from the south of Germany, where we have integrated our 3D modules into their GIS center software. And basically what they have developed is a very extensive application where you can catalog, register all types of relevant documents or processes in city administration. And in this case, for example, you can see a construction plan. On the left-hand side, you see a 2D visualization, and the right-hand side, our sort of added layer of 3D, where you can then interactively move in this map, and it directly shows the replica in 3D. It's really cool because you can sort of catalog everything. You can show the advancement of every project, share this very easily via screenshot or PDF with your colleagues. And generally, you try to avoid these data silos that we often have in city administration. Yeah, it's a really, really extensive tool. I don't really have time to get more into it, but I just wanted to show you a quick insight. And now, if I have time, I would love to quickly show you something that me and my colleagues did. One moment, please. Yeah, so yesterday, on short notice, me and my colleagues were able to build a little demo map for Pristina in Kosovo. We were able to access open source data. We were able to get a digital terrain model for the entire country, and also almost all buildings within the city. Unfortunately, the cities didn't have the height measurements, so we had to sort of give a medium height to every building. This is why this is obviously not, this is far from a real digital twin replica, but I think it's just interesting to see. We did this within an hour as to how quickly, based on open data, you can just generate a first step within a 3D world. And yeah, just for presentation purposes, I integrated some trees and some little benches here on this boulevard. Yeah, just wanted to show how easy it is to take a first step. And it really depends on the quality of available data to then enrich these static models and come more and more towards a digital twin. Just lastly, I would like to show a more advanced application. This is for the city of Berlin, we have developed a tool. This is our basic UI framework. We have up here a content tree with different data layers you can activate or put away. And yeah, it's basically a semantic model where you can then run analyses. We have here over here our workbox, where you can, for example, use this split mapping tool I just showed earlier. You can do viewshed analysis. You can export certain files. You can export every building, run them through an AutoCAD program and import them again. You can run measurements and so forth. I see my time is up. Thank you very much for paying attention. I hope you learned a bit, and I'm happy to answer further questions once we join the discussion panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Henry Willem Farr from VZ Systems. I would gladly invite Donieta Sagiu, Deputy Mayor of Pristina Municipality. And Gresa Neziri, urbanist, founder, and executive director of Space Syntax. In the meantime, we will have Callum Hatford, advisor at UNDP Global Center for Technology, Innovation, and Sustainable Development. I need first to be comfortable. As you saw, the presentation was about explaining what 3D city models can do and how they can be used to enhance local governance, to make it more transparent, more citizen-friendly, and also to use the same models in order to generate, analyze, and simulate different solutions, and also to make these solutions more inspiring and also more close to the citizens. Cities are becoming more complex and complex every day, and city administration have to deal with complex challenges. we at UNDP have been working with several municipalities, and it's more than obvious that above this existing complex situation that municipalities have, like increasing population density, rapid urbanization, they have also to deal with new complex challenges like climate change, environmental risks, and also safety issues. The 3D city model is just a model of a city, of different infrastructure, but if you combine it with real-time spatial data, informational, environmental, meteorological data, it becomes a digital twin that can be used for awareness, predictability, and different analysis, and even make more administrative processes to make them more efficient and operational. I would not take much more time from your, I would first go with some questions. My first question would be for VC systems. First of all, how can these digital twins, in combination with other digital solutions like WebGIS, could be used to facilitate transition into integrating green, smart, and safe digital solutions in cities? It's more about how can you explain the level of usefulness of these solutions in other regions and some success stories?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I have 3 points I would like to really show as my guiding thoughts when I think about digital twins. I think first of all, they're a supporting technology, meaning that they're not meant to replace certain processes that are already in place, but rather they need to be integrated. And every technological advancement is only as good as how people use them. I believe also a digital twin is never finished. A digital twin, just as a city that it mirrors, is basically always in constant motion. And I think the most important thing for really having a functional technological application is the quality of data. I've seen by user experience that the functionality and the applicability to integrate really depends on if the data is accurate. If we're speaking of real-time data, I've seen very few examples where they've managed to really integrate these very highly complex large data sets in real time in a digital twin. So yeah, I think as a really guiding point is that useful technologies really depends on the quality of data and how users operate with them. Also, we, as I said, we lay a lot of value on open source because what we've seen in the past with other companies is that they sort of don't merge with each other. And what we really want to avoid is that city administrations take their first step into making use of certain software advancements, but then feeling stuck because you're not able to sort of find a holistic solution where multiple components from different suppliers can be integrated together and really show the benefit of collaboration between technological advancement.
Thank you. I would like to call now our colleague Kalum about explaining his experience working with UNDP, especially in Singapore, based on experience, case studies, and best case scenarios of how can digital twins or 3D city models be used for cities to treat complex challenges like environmental risks, impact of climate change challenge, and sustainable pattern of transport, or even safety risks.
Thank you. Hi, everyone, and good evening from Singapore. So I think Henry actually touched upon this very nicely during his presentation, is that a digital twin is very much one tool in our kind of urbanization toolkit. It can be a very valuable source for information, for planning, for decision making, but it's very much one tool. But where we can use it, though, is it's a potential for really understanding more about the environment that we're in. So a digital twin can be at the kind of scale that Henry just walked us through, you know, at citywide, but it can also be at a very kind of small scale. So it could be a kind of neighborhood or even a small systems level as well. But fundamentally, what we need to be looking at is when we're deploying tools like digital twins is trying to understand what problem or what research question we're trying to tackle. When we work with policymakers, there's no shortage often of data. The trickiness is actually how do you translate that data into decision-making, into policymaking, and so on. And a digital twin, in that sense, is about actually a tool that we can use to make better decisions alongside other tools in our urbanization toolkit. Another point Henry mentioned as well is that digital twins don't sit in isolation. They need underlying data, they need underlying digital infrastructure. So a lot of our work in cities around the world is building these foundations, whether it is things like open data, whether it's elements like digital literacy within the public sector, or even a kind of broader ecosystem of the private sector and others like Henry to kind of support the decision making and build the solutions for policymakers as well.
Thank you, Callum. I like the part when you explain that it can be citywide but also small scale. Sometimes small steps are best. Donieta, I would like to start a conversation now around, also based on your experience now working in the local administration. What is your opinion? Could this kind of digital solutions be integrated with urban and other administrative processes and also be part of this dynamic ecosystem within the municipality? And does the municipality of Pristina has such aspirations, and is in the meantime doing some efforts related to digitalizing some of the public services?
Linda, thank you so much. I'm so very happy to be in this panel, and thanks for the full house. I see everyone's got back. So happy to have you all here. It's emotional for me also because this is my first time representing the city, and I feel like I'm part of Stick Home again. These solutions that were just presented, of course, are the vision, what we aspire to do. But I think that we, as a community, have very high expectations, and we do not have the right patience to wait for this vision. So I would really like to focus on what we have already started to do and what we can do, what are the budgets and everything, so that people, you here, can have a sense of reality, a sense of a positive touch of what we're doing and what are the possibilities. Of course, we have the issue of data. We have some data in the municipality. That's what I found in the 7 months in. And we have a very vibrant community. We're with Open Data Kosovo, FLOSK, and the others. We're trying to work very close with them, and we are very happy to have them in the community and with everything they have been doing so far. But we do not have a system in place in the municipality where we can track all these data, where we can see, are these data real, who has been working with them so far, and how can they really be migrated into some sense of systems or be a part of an overall integrated system. We have been trying and talking about using Maptionnaire, which is a tool online, just to start experiencing how is it to use digital tools in terms of getting people's feedback and trying to see the city online in your screen and trying to put the trees or the streets or the waste bins that we are really much in need here. On the other hand, we face, of course, the public administration needs training. And I heard this by being outside from a lot of people that they always mention that this is a problem. The public administration is very slow. You cannot work with them, you know. And with this experience I can say that unfortunately not a lot of things have been done in this regard. And I see every day very passionate people that really want to do something because they know that as being public servants, whatever they do, they're going to be judged the minute they step out of the municipality building, because this is the culture. If you enter politics, if you work in public administration, you are there just to spend your time and do nothing and to get the money from the taxes. So it's very difficult to try to motivate people within an environment that is prejudged. And then when we tell them about smart cities, you know, they have this sense of, okay, this is a luxury for us right now. What is smart cities? I also have the same feedback from people outside. Whenever I post something, where I go in trainings or I go in panels talking about smart cities, I have these people saying all the time that, come on, we have traffic, we have issues with waste, why are you talking about smart cities? This is so future, we're not there yet. So we're facing these kind of difficulties in trying to just start using things and doing, and taking it as a journey, as an experiment of what tools can we really use and how we can make people. And I loved Henry that mentioned that there's nothing we can do without people. You know, we have all the right safe and smart city solutions here in Pristina, here in Kosovo. So we do not need to import any type of solutions. Of course we need expertise, but the vision and what we're really committed to do is to use the tools we have here. So the first thing we're doing in November, to go to the positive side of it, is we're gonna call everyone in. We're gonna, for the next year, because we already approved the budget for next year, and we were working this year with the last year's and last legislation's budget. Now we have no excuse. So we have our own budget for next year, and we have to deliver. And I'm very happy that we have this, because we can also measure what we're doing and measure if we can do and accomplish what we aimed and why we actually entered. In November, most of you here, I talked to you previously, you're gonna receive, for me personally, but of course also by the team, an invitation to join. So we're gonna create these sort of advisory groups. Because just in the next year, 2023, we budgeted almost €500,600 of euros in digitalization of education. So be that digitalization of registration of pupils, kids from kindergarten to schools, that has all to be online, because the process right now with all the papers is also not transparent as it should be, and I think it has to go online. We budgeted that. We also budgeted for next year trying to do a whole mapping of schools and a whole performance, so that it's very transparent. We know each school, each public school, be that primary or high school, which is under our jurisdiction, so that everybody can know in which school they want to send their kids in, which is the best one for science and which one is best, because we have these sort of assumptions, but nothing is online to do all the ranking. We also have invested 1.6 million for next year to increase the lighting system and to put cameras in all public spaces, which is 65% more than of this year's budget. And I'm very proud for this, because this is the way how we can help women feel safe, girls and everything, in public spaces through cameras and through the light systems, which we have a lot of neighborhoods that do not have lighting. There are other projects, but I don't want to take the time of Grisa here. Maybe I can continue further on. Thank you.
No, thank you, and I'm happy about the lighting system. Grisa, you and your team within your NGO, you are working with municipalities, with several municipalities, and your daily work is around generating different spatial data and also extracting that into a different spatial information. Can you tell us the challenges of this type of work, and can this type of solutions, digital solutions, more specifically the digital twins, overcome these challenges? Talking more about having the effect of the leapfrog effect of jumping from one step to higher steps.
So, hi everyone, thanks for having me. Thank you NDP for inviting. Yeah, as you mentioned, Arlinda, with the NGO and with all my work, let's say, we have been working and we have been trying to collect data as much as we can to be able to see what's happening within the city. When you first start, you feel like it's an impossible task, but then going on to small steps and like just one thing at a time, you notice that even though we believe we're behind with everything and everything else, there's one simple thing that it is apparent we live in a digital world. As much as complex data seems, especially spatial data, it's a phone. At the end of the day, we all have phones and they're all smart, meaning that we're all producing data all the time and they're all spatially located. Having that in mind, working with that data, initially you could build theoretically a digital twin model of a city. You could see the movements, you could see everything. Depending on the analysis that you want to do and what you're trying to work on, the level of data and the level of accuracy, as Henry was mentioning, then makes it more difficult or presents more challenges. Considering that in Kosovo we lack, let's say, the basic situation, like the state we're at currently, we could be having a leapfrog effect with technologies like this, as in we wouldn't need to go in the basic steps where we digitalize all the current plans that we have or everything, but we could take advantage of a digital twin city with using open spatial data to build onto that. We saw a fast preview of Pristina and what VC tried in an hour to do. That is a very basic 3D city model, but I wouldn't say that it's not a necessary model to start in. Even in that model, which I think all of us notice that you don't see Pristina in that, at least you have the street pattern of it. So like you have the veins of Pristina, which you could work something into it. Going next and trying to improve a model is easier than starting from beginning. That's why, yes, we do lack data on height, as VC might have noticed, but it's not impossible to get them. In that regard, with my other hat of being a person that always talks about open data and voluntarily, actively working with open data, I would invite everyone to use OpenStreetMap and to map on it, because data like that would help a digital city to be created. At the other hand, integrating the systems that are in place with municipalities or everything else and opening those data would enable academics or professionals to create a 3D model from the, let's say, building permits that they have. They all have the height on that, so that could, if that is a public data, we could be building a height model. So yeah, to come back to your question, there are challenges, but we're in a digital moment with very advanced technology and with very advanced remote sensing and earth observation technologies that could help us build models, build terrains, and have an initial model on which we could be working on to come with solution for cities.
Thank you. I would like also to discuss around safety on public spaces. I'm aware that your NGO has been working also on collecting some data about how safe are citizens feeling within certain areas. Can you talk a bit more about that? And then I would like to continue with Donieta about how those data could be integrated with solutions like digital twin, also WebGIS systems and platforms, in order to be connected to different monitoring systems and possibly predict safety risk and also identify hotspots of safety risks.
Yes, I'm very happy to hear from Donieta that they've assigned a part of budgeting for cameras in public spaces and lighting also. Early on last year with the NGO, we started a project called Safeometer. Some of you could have heard a bit. We're still working on it, but we have finished the data gathering part. But basically what we're trying to do is that we're trying to build a digital platform, type of WebGIS platform, where we map safety indicators within the city. That being, we have decided on 8 indicators that could be measuring safety. Those are some objective, like lighting, cameras in public spaces, and others. And then there are the subjective indicators, which are more perceived safety in public space, how people feel, regardless if there's lighting or camera. Somebody, especially more marginalized groups, women, could feel unprotected. Therefore, for us, it matters a lot to also map perception and combine this all to build on some hotspots, some more problematic areas that later on would be priorities where to intervene for the municipality or all. Something Donieta mentioned when she was talking about the administrative part of the municipality and all of us outside kind of judging the administration. I would add on to that that we all should be doing our part on it. It's not that we have to expect from municipality also. We're like, especially the NGOs and everything, we can take our part on that and start with something, let's say, small, like mapping. To help municipality, and then hopefully we get to collaborate because data is not a dead thing. We have to like work on it and update it all the time, especially with something like lighting. With our mapping, we have mapped all public lighting within the urban part of Pristina, like literally every light that you see. We have mapped it, and it's digital, it's open data, it's going to be online very soon.
So Donieta and her team can use those data to actually spread the new lighting in a more efficient way.
Yes, so you have lighting, you have all the cameras and everything, and also with the attributes, if they're functional or not, because a light, if it's not functional, then it's nothing. But then this system would need to be updated with the work of municipality and with everything that they do. So solutions like this would be a basis, let's say, that comes from an NGO, and then it's given to the municipalities for them to work later on. But finding those hotspots and prioritizing areas to intervene would be an easier way to tackle an issue.
Thank you.
I'm so happy to have Gresa here with me. I know her from before as well, but other women like Gresa and other men also here have a lot of startups that really can help the municipality. And I always say at the end of the day, all we have to do is to have an open door policy, to welcome everyone, to give the opportunity to everyone to meet with us, to present their ideas, to discuss how we can work together. Of course we have limitations. We have 105 million euros of a budget for next year. And that's very little compared to the needs of the city. And when we talk about the needs of the city, we still have issues with waste management. We have basic issues with lighting too. Although 98% almost of the lights are now LED technology, meaning that they're compatible for any type of smart city solutions on top of them. But still, that's not enough, because the requests so far for neighborhoods that didn't have lighting, they were all reported on social media, more or less, but little of them went through a proper system in the municipality. And then when it came down to us budgeting the expansion of the system, then you did not have really a system of how you choose which neighborhood do you go to first, because the backlog was very long. And these are just very simple. I know these sound very simple, and but this is the level of things we miss in public administration. And it's not the fault of the public administration. As I always say, it's the fault of leadership and how you create systems and how you motivate people to continue doing that. Regardless of whether I am there today or whatever I do tomorrow, I'm not there to stay forever, in the sense that I am the first one from the sector to join the municipality. But we should install really a new mindset on how people can believe in these systems, how they can believe in processes, and how they can be the next leaders of those processes. Currently, we don't have any database with the data that have all the work that has been done in the past years after the war in Pristina. And I love the goodwill that all this community has. And of course, the private sector and the NGOs are way ahead of the public sector. And that creates demand, that creates expectations of us to kind of catch up with everything that's going on. But at the same time, the other side of the medal is that we keep receiving all of these platforms that are being given to the municipality, and then everybody expects that the public administration there somehow it gets trained and they continue maintaining them and they continue developing them. So right now in the municipality we have a bunch. We have, I think, almost 20 applications that people have either donated or the municipality has paid for such services, but we do not have a process of maintaining them, of scaling them, and putting them in use. I met one of the professors here, I'm not sure if he's here, but he mentioned that we have a young woman that she has a new project that she wants to donate to the municipality, which is my neighborhood type of idea, so that you kind of motivate people from the neighborhood to talk about the problems and then to rank neighborhoods based on the tasks that we have finished, and maybe also to kind of motivate volunteering in youth, which is something we're also looking forward to work on for next year. And of course, anyone else can come in, they can donate, but I'm really interested in creating a system, creating a system in place, and creating a strategy that is not only on paper, but that really serves for something. And that's why we need the community. We need the community to discuss. Even the 600K euros I mentioned before, we have some budget lines for it, because of course that's the process you have to go through the assembly to vote it. But again, we have the room to discuss with you here that have education or specialized in digitalization of education, and the whole process is there, so that we together can decide what's the best thing to do given the time we have available. I would like so it was in terms of safety and how we make the streets safe and everything else. Lights are one component of it, but the other one is that we assume that all the people kind of have smartphones. And data really show that women and girls, and especially women aged 45 plus, they do not all own a smartphone. And if they have smartphone, they do not have data on their phone, which means they cannot use the internet on their phones. They need free hotspots of free Wi-Fi, which is something we've been doing. I've met with internet telecom providers here to really map this. Where are the places where women can feel not safe, and that they have access to internet and they can report cases. Also, another statistic is that every second woman has been harassed in her life in public transport. This also happens here. And our buses, of course, we're expecting a new wave of buses, but we're trying to make these also awareness-raising campaigns, so that we use the buses to motivate everyone to report cases, to talk about them. Only 2% of cases with violence that are gender-based get reported in Kosovo. Only 2%. So imagine the rest of the numbers and everything. So we really need to spend money in technology and using it, but at the same time, there's a no wow factor nowadays of what technology can do. But there is still a wow factor when you see the level of expertise we're missing. So we need to prepare people to be able to use these systems, so that these systems are not just left there. And the same happens with motivating people to report and to be proactive, because they see that if they do that, then that will help the whole system.
Thank you. There is also increasing pressure, so the cities become more sustainable and integrate and implement more green solutions. And talking about green, the gamma of possibilities is huge. However, what is the municipalities' efforts or future plans of using this kind or even other platforms or even existing data that were generated by NGOs like GRESAS or others in order to enhance green solutions, starting from solar, making all the green, making all the lighting more with LED panels or similar. But as I said, everything is possible. But where do we stand, or how can the society support the systems, and where the society or the community can meet together in one point with the municipality in order to make these things into motion?
Thank you, Alinda. So the city has passed a Green City Action Plan, which most of the European countries also are required to pass it. And of course, this has been done in the last legislation. And when I read the City Action Plan, it's very good on paper. You have very good projects and everything, but there's no estimation in terms of budgeting, no estimation in terms of timing, of resources. So basically, I have this plan on my table, but I have to do a lot of other things in order to start implementing something from that plan. And especially when you miss budgets, you don't have the financial resources to kind of invest on it and support it. So we always are now waiting for grants and for loans. For instance, we have now a 6 million, which is a 5 million soft loan combined with a 1 million grant from EBRD, which is in energy efficiency. So we're changing all public schools, doors, windows, thermal and heating systems. And also, besides schools, the public health institutions. So that is one way to go. But all loans have to go through the Ministry of Finance. And what we keep seeing and having is that they are not interested in having loans that are focused or only in one municipality. They are really looking for things that they can tackle all around Kosovo. And it's very difficult for us to get those kind of financing that we have people on board that say, okay, we want to help you do smart waste bins for Pristina, but you have to make sure that not just Pristina, you also have maybe some municipalities of the region of Pristina and some other municipalities too, so that it's a national type of investment and not just focused and concentrated in one municipality. So these are types of the issues we have. But the green aspect of it, besides having it as an action plan, we've been, and I remember a post I did because I met a company in Kosovo that has sensors to put to waste bins, be that underground or on the ground. And we have companies that have sensors that we can put them to trucks so that we know exactly at what point a bin is being full. So we are efficient in terms of going and getting out the garbage and everything, because we know, based on some data, though not structured, that some waste bins in the city get filled 5-6 times a day. And we do not have the capacity to go there more than twice. And of course, it has to stay overnight, and then we have stray dogs and all that issues, that it's a circular type of issue. We have the companies here, but the financial constraints are huge. Another green type of aspect we're doing and we're working, we have budgeted to create a garden of the city, which means we want to have a lot within the city where people can go and rent sort of a parcel, and they can use it to have all types of organic food or whatever they want to have soil on it. That is one aspect, so that we can give the citizens of Pristina a sense of gardens within. Another type of green project, of course, is the hydroponic type of, is a new technology of using water vertically. So we have vertically stacked green in all sorts of the municipality. Another project which I'm very proud also, although this is not a success of this legislation, is something that the past legislation has done, and I'm very I want to thank them for doing this, is trying and initiating the composting center. So we just opened the first composting center in the region, which is basically all the green residues we have all around the city. We can put them in the center, it can go through machinery, and then we have fertilizer out of it, which we can give out to farmers, but we can also provide this to our public entity, Horticultura, which they do not then need to spend money to buy fertilizer, but they can use it, so it's a circular type of economy. I'm happy to say that for next year, we also planned and we budgeted the next center, and that is for the construction residue, so construction waste. We have a lot of construction waste all around the city, so we're building, and this is something that we budgeted, it has been voted for next year. That's the next plan. 2024, then it's another center close to it, which has to do with these volume type of waste, which we have. You've seen maybe these on your neighborhoods, a chair or a couch next to a waste bin. And there's no specific process on how you get those, they're not part of the city, and how we can use them, and then maybe provide them to some sort of, to the startups we have here. We have a startup, Duvo, for example, lab, that they use these residue of plastic and they do accessories and they sell them online. And we have other types of startups here that we can help them provide with the resources for them to work. I can continue on and on and on, as you can see, but this is for
now. I've learned about municipality of Pristina more now than I've learned in a year, so thank you. I would, just because we are close to the end, I would like just to confirm with Henry, since he is the one that presented, can the 3D city model be used also about calculations? For example, if the municipality wants to improve the lighting system, can the same, is the format and the pattern of these solutions also suitable extracting budgets? Is, for example, how much the network, the new lighting network would cost the municipality?
That kind of functionality we don't have yet. It's something that could be developed, but no, that is not in place. Before my last words, I just wanted to say thank you very much. It was really interesting, and I completely agree with keeping it in Kosovo, like supporting the local economy, supporting the digital ability of young people to bring their ideas there and sort of find a way to channel all these great ideas into one community organized, open door kind of attitude. I think that's the way to go.
Thank you. We have around 10 or 8 or 9 minutes left. I would like to also discuss around UNDP's experience of facilitating this kind of solutions. We have Kalum from UNDP Singapore, and UNDP, together with many other partners, have been trying to support and ensure sustainability and smart projects, and project implementation and also technical support. Kalum, can you tell us about how UNDP Singapore supports building and shaping inclusive, livable and sustainable cities through similar smart digital solutions?
Of course, thank you. So I should say, although we're based in Singapore, we don't actually do work in Singapore itself, but what we do try to do is tap into the ecosystem here. So private sector, public sector, R&D, academia, other parts of the country as well. So we work across about 40 or 50 countries around the world. But I think the work that we do is really actually summarized very nicely by the Deputy Mayor. So on a personal level, I'm not a big fan of the term smart cities. If you Google smart city, you'll see pages after pages of laser beams flying all over the place, drones, big data, often no people in these photos, no trees, no animals, no lives, no livelihoods, right? So what we're trying to do is actually redefine what a smart city is. And for us, a smart city fundamentally is about using tools and innovation to improve urban lives. So that might be high tech, some stuff like 5G, AI, big data. It might be more frugal innovations like we've been talking about today. It may even be no tech, so things like nature-based solutions as well. So there's a whole toolkit of different elements that I think could actually make a smart city. So part of our work is trying to redefine what makes a city smart, essentially. But what we're also trying to do is work with the public sector. So I, many years ago, was a local government official back in the UK, and very much echoes some of the thoughts from the Deputy Mayor. It's very scary as a city official to open up your processes to the community, to the public sector, to society more broadly, because it's not how you're used to working. So what we're trying to do on that level is support governments, local and national, in building those processes and building that bravery and supporting those skills as well. So we're doing a few things this year. One is we've got what we call a Future of Government Awards, essentially just recognizing public sector innovation and celebrating it and highlighting it, but also highlighting that this innovation can be shared between countries. So things like open source innovation, how we can replicate it, adapt it, scale it across cities, across countries, and so on. The second thing that we're doing is starting to look at how do we build more bravery in the kind of procurement process. So we're doing things like model policies to embed open contracting data standards and transparency in procurement, which is fantastic on one side because it means that the city has more visibility of where they're spending money. But it also means if you're a startup or an SME, you have more visibility on actually how you can engage with the city and the administration as well. We speak to a lot of startups, and one of their biggest challenges is actually understanding how local government works. You see around the world that we have medtech, we have fintech, we have regtech, but we have very little on the civic tech space. And often that's because startups and SMEs really struggle to find entry points into government and find ways to build meaningful and longer term relationships. So the Deputy Mayor's point there about opening up processes and having that open door policy is absolutely fundamental to that. And then the final thing that we're doing a lot of across UNDP is this process of what we call collective intelligence. And essentially, collective intelligence is just opening up your innovation processes. So on one level, it can be crowdsourcing ideas. On the other, it can be just meaningful consultation, having a feedback loop with your citizens to actually understand what is and isn't working, and just having that kind of dialogue over the longer term as well. So that's a bit of a snapshot of the work that we're doing, but very happy to share more in detail on another call as well.
Thank you. Can you also explain about some best case scenarios or case studies or success stories more related about countries in development that have tried or have succeeded in implementing such solutions?
Yeah, I should say as well, no one has figured this out. There is no truly smart city anywhere in the world. So we're all very much on this.
One recipe, but just maybe some cases, yes.
Yeah. No, definitely. So there's huge different variants that we see. One exciting one that we see a lot across China, these kind of sponge cities, so using natural environments to soak up floodwater and divert it to more useful causes. We're seeing a lot of work, particularly across the Asia Pacific, around engaging the informal economy. So how do you start building linkages between the public sector and the smaller scale private sector? And often this includes things like government becoming a more intelligent customer for the small scale private sector. So better scoping of your projects, better procurement processes, and we're seeing really exciting stuff happening there. And then there's a few examples, particularly across the African continent, where we're seeing real exciting engagement with working with bigger platform economy. So how do you build a pipeline of talent in the platform economy, so that you're not just getting gig workers working for their entire lifespans in that economy, but actually building meaningful skills that they can then engage with other opportunities in the public sector, wider private sector as well. So there's a huge range of different case studies that we're working on. But fundamentally, it just comes down to, I think what the Deputy Mayor mentioned earlier, is a leadership that you have in a city. So a leadership that has a vision and a strategy about the role that technology and innovation play in these spaces, and what it means for cities, lives, citizens, and their lives and their livelihoods.
Thank you. I'm done with questions. We have a couple more minutes. If somebody from the public wants to ask a question, Tonita says that we are open. So Pristina municipality is trying to be transparent and by example. Yes.
So maybe until someone decides to raise the hand. I know it's tricky. I just wanted two more things to say. There's a new call we're going to be opening very soon It's around a budget of 350K. It's a consultancy type of study analysis and data for the new advanced traffic management system. So this funding is our own for the municipality to make a study in terms of references for the new system to be built in 2023, which then for it, of course, because it costs millions. And by advanced traffic management system, I mean the whole digitalization of traffic lights and how we coordinate everything around it, because right now we don't have any type of digitalization in that area. Also, very soon we're signing an MOU with STIC, and if any of you has any idea of what we should include in that MOU, so please feel free to go to Violta and the team and just give ideas. We're really trying to not make this a typical MOU where we say we're going to work together. We really want to have projects and concrete things that we get out of each other. So please do that. And last but not least, and I hope by now you have questions, I want to thank UNDP for really helping. In these 7 months, I've met with your team a lot, and I think you have a really good idea of including e-permits and some other sense of digital tools that we can use together, and you're really helping us in moving forward and engaging also the community through your funds. So thank you for everything you've been doing.
Hi. Hi, I have a question for Danieta. Hi again. Thank you for all the information you have given to us regarding these new projects that are ongoing for the municipality. I wanted to ask you regarding the smart parking. I know that you are building a new parking lot and also you are managing these parking lots around the city, but did you think of making these parking spots smart in terms of like having an application and the person who is driving needs a parking lot, they can see on the app where is the nearest parking spot. I think that this would also help in all this mess around the traffic and also all these issues that we have with pavements that people cannot walk anywhere. Did you ever think of making the parking spots smart so that people do not drive around try to find the spot? Thank you.
Another idea for
yes, lovely. Should I answer it now? Or, yeah. Thank you so much for the question. Yes, we've been thinking. We have already started. So we've ideated. So here's the thing. We have a Pristina parking, which is a public entity, which hasn't been doing a good job, obviously, to some extent. And we have taken the decision to fire the leadership there and to hire new leadership so that it goes in hand with the new investments that we try to do there. The idea is that we need a leadership that has a vision and that at the same time doesn't decide on its own, on her own, to invest in projects. Because that funding that they get as a public entity is your taxes. So it has to go through a transparent process so we decide what type of amounts and not 750K for, as you've seen the news, for an app that obviously can be done very cheap. Not that much of resources required. So yes, we have ideated that. I've met already with 3 local companies that have sent an email to me because we haven't opened a call yet. And I've listened to their presentations. They have already ready solutions for this. We look forward to integrating them in the existing app. But the same goes with traffic, so public transport. We have an app, Trafico Urban, which we're trying to, of course, advance. That also has been a donation, I had to mention, for it. So, so that through the app, you can see not only when the bus comes, but you can also see how you can do where are the buses, and then the new bike lanes we're trying to do, because we're going to get an integrated public traffic management system so that you can hop on a bike and then continue with a bus. That's in. I have a pressure here that we are in time. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just give the microphone, don't look at me like that, to Gresa, just for a finishing sentence. Please, one sentence.
I will try. No, just to maybe summarize the whole idea of 3D cities and digital twins, and just ask everyone, including municipalities, but all of us, to think towards utilizing it and taking advantages as much as possible. Basically, as abstract as it sounds, is just a model. Working and planning without a previous model where you analyze and test things, it's like putting a car prototype in the streets without even testing it. You might end up having a good result, it might crash. That's why we end up having documents in our just at our desks and might not use them. That's why using a model to previously test, especially road transportation, can end up with having a good functional transportation. Not having traffic doesn't mean increasing more roads, having more streets, and so on. It just means having a good system, a good model where we test on and we come to the final results and then build on it. Not just go on and build more and more and more on roads, because we might be creating new problems. So yeah, just to wrap up with my one sentence, let's use the models as much as we can, and we do have the technology to have it in 3D, live a virtual reality for a bit, and then plan and build it.
So in one sentence, let's be more intelligent by thinking more smart. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I would like to thank also Kalum and Henry. And I'm sorry, gentlemen, but this part of the panel looks more beautiful than you.
So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Thank you so much, Callum, Henry, Arlinda, Donieta, and Gresa. Wonderful. Right, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? What's going to happen now is we will take a very well-deserved, short, but enjoyable break. It's going to be just about 25 minutes or so. But remember, back here on this stage, guess what's going to happen? We will gather no less than six CEOs sitting on this stage into a discussion all about people, all about strategy, putting those together and then trying to make sense of really where everything is moving forward. So join us back here in about 25 minutes time for more KosICT 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not make this complicated. Let's not make this complicated at all. As we just heard, we're going to make it very simple. We're going to make things less complicated than they usually are and help you make sense of exactly what this topic is all about. And literally it's about two things: about people, it's about strategy, it's about people. And the combination of the two working together and listening to, as I said earlier on, 6 CEOs. So 6 CEOs sitting here together in a healthy discussion, debate, maybe challenging each other. I don't know. I'm intrigued to hear exactly what's going to happen. But that's nothing to do with me. It's all to do with the man who's going to moderate this session. A man that maybe some of you know. Do you know the man who's going to moderate this? These 3 know. Do they work for you? Yes, they do. They do, yeah. You told them to do that, right? Okay. They probably, if they had a choice, they wouldn't be here. Hey, but anyway, ladies, you do have a choice, and you are happy to be here. Yes. Yes, very much. She said yes, very much. She said nothing. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the moderator of this session. Very simply, CEO of Kutia, Mr. Arianit Faziu.
That's okay. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Today we have from my point of view, a very, let's say, interesting discussion panel, because it's a panel combined from different countries here in the region. And I would like to start by inviting Angel Rockley, who is CEO of Division Pass. Please take a seat. Alen Huskanovic, CEO of Async Labs from Croatia. Bojko Bodurov, CEO of InfoLab Group from Bulgaria. Nenad Novovic, founder and CEO of Amplitudo from Montenegro. And Darko Ivanovic, CEO of Digital Dan Hub from Montenegro as well. Okay, thank you all for coming. I know that it's not far away from here, but it's a pleasure to have you here. Just a info before we start. This is a discussion panel as part of Coders Friendship Gathering, an event series of events that we organized with KosICT together. And of course, we are very happy that we also find support of USAID Compete for this activity. Today's topic is strategy plus people, and knowing that everything changed in those 3-4 years, it's pretty important also for us to share knowledge, how it's going in our, let's say, region, and to share experience with each others. In all of our businesses, we have one resource in order to, let's say, to go further, which is human being. And this topic today is specifically to talk about people that we are working with and how we are engaging those people in our processes, and are we forgetting them running only for clients, or are we going back also in the office to see how things are going? So I'd like to start this with Darko. So Darko, from your point of view, what does it actually mean to put people in, let's say, in center of the business transformation in order to give value not just for the company but also for the clients? Press the button.
There's a button. I'm pressing it. I'm pressing it. The wrong button. The wrong button. Okay. As always, I'm pressing the wrong buttons in life and much wider. Okay. It's an interesting question. As we discussed prior to this, I think that the people are companies. I maybe am a dreamer, but I listen to a lot of Beatles songs, so it's a kind of a mishmash in my head. So the companies that I founded, the companies that went in and out of my life actually were around people. And the number one thing for every entrepreneur and every CEO, let's say, is loyalty, but it actually really confronts what people are feeling about the whole system you are imposing on them. So the loyalty for them is how you treat them, and loyalty for you is an unconditional love for what you do. And it's sometimes a confrontation that brings about a lot of side hustle, a lot of stormy winds within the company. But I really do think that the company is around people. I know that there's this overwhelming idea around entrepreneurship and big companies in the world that, you know, the people come together because of an idea, and they live the idea, and if you don't, you know that bullshit story about passion, you know, if you don't have passion, nothing happens and stuff. Loyalty is the first thing. Loyalty around the idea. For me as CEO, and whether I'm running a small or a big team, but companies should be based on people's feel of what they are entering to, and how are they feeling your future goals, and are you sharing it with them? People are not machines. People are not like, they're not put there to work from 9 to 5. I'm very lucky to have a partner here, business partner here, Nenad, that we founded a couple of spin-offs together, and they are very functional, and they are, you know, very in their making and in their habitus and in their life. As we speak now, they are centered around the idea and around people, and I think those people are working not 9 to 5, but they are working 24 hours. We are not molesting them into working 24 hours, but they are actually sending us messages and sending us ideas all around the clock, because we are centered not only in Montenegro but worldwide, and we are lucky to have centered around people. When we exchange
one question regarding the messages or slacking, are those automated messages you got from the employees, or they write them?
Yeah, we have this an infectious Viber group things and WhatsApp groups, and mostly Nenad is the one that falls asleep around 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. He's a real hard-working man, but I have a insomnia and lack of sleep, so I'm procrastinating with them all around the evening. But to get back to your question, is my philosophy, if you call it a philosophy, is do not impose your passion to others. Build your company around people that are loyal to the idea, meaning that they share the idea with the equal responsibility and energy to others. And if something is lacking in that way, you're doing not so good job. So I think that the people-centered company is the future of this business. It has always been. Maybe you are looking like to a couple of them like a slave, how do you say, slave master or whatever, a slave dealer. But if everything aligns with a small amount of dedicated people, you can do a lot.
I do agree on your last sentence, because all the, let's say, those panels and stuff organized for KosICT from Kutia have been done from 2 or 3 people, so I would like to thank them as well. Boyko, I would like to know your perspective. How are you going to bring people in center? How to, let's say, how to build a company, not just culture, but a company where everybody feels important? Is it, Darko mentioned also the idea in services. Is idea equal to mission and vision or values of companies? How do you, let's say, maintain this, knowing that the turnover of people lately is very high, pretty high? How do you maintain engaging people into your idea and into your, let's say, focal point?
First of all, thanks for the invitation and for the great organization. I'm going to try to say something smart now, but I'll have to agree with many things that you said. Although there are a few differences that I see here, I would approach the whole topic from a different perspective, which is I would see building a team as a marketing task. This means there's this extremely smart guy, Simon Sinek, so I'm going to say something that he says very smart, so I have mine, which is start with why. So these things that basically you don't hire people that kind of fit in the team. You have to have your vision, and this means how you do things and why you do things. And the people that agree with those things, you can call it mission, vision, blah, blah, whatever you want, but it's how you do things. This is your culture, like this is what teams are, right? And here it is like, I would love to have slavery back, to be honest. But we can't, unfortunately. So, and there you have to like, to attract the people as you are a product. Your company is a product. Like everybody here, like I think, like I discussed with everybody, you're founders, you're CEOs, your company is a product. I can say mine is because we sold half of it, like last year, so it's a product. And the thing is, your team are your customers of your product. And the more defined your product is, the better you basically separate your customers from your non-customers. And then they come your potential customers, and there is a price you pay or they pay. If you agree on the conditions, they get to be your customers. They get to work with you to bring the company forward. And if you don't agree, they still remain your potential customer for later. But there are some that you would not talk to even, right? And here I would go even a step further. I would look like 5 years from now. And what do you expect? Do you expect to see so many people working for companies? I don't. I think the future belongs to the freelancers. And especially in the IT, you would have to have models that bring so much added value that it's not a discussion about what's your salary. But it's like you're a freelancer, you're free. That's why it starts, you're free, not a slave, unfortunately. But again, you're free and you choose to work with our company, and it brings so much added value and you so much agree with what we do and why we do it that you can have any other company, like, I don't know, all the Microsofts, Googles, whatever, but you want to work with Kutia, for instance, right? And here, this is the strategy. This is the part where you basically switch your mind to this set, right? Because there's another company, I know if you follow, like all of you follow the startups, but there's this wave, especially in Central and Western Europe and the US, where you basically turn around the labor market, where you say, I'm a developer, please apply for me. It's called Personio. This is one startup. It's over €1 billion worth right now, like all the unicorns. We don't know how much it's worth, but it's what they say with the VCs, right? Because they, like, right? And this is the new labor market. This is the future we're gonna live in. I'm a freelancer. I have 10 years of experience in, I don't know, Go. Let's put it sexy, right? And please, Microsoft's, Google's, Kutias in the world, apply for me, and I would choose where to work. And here is why you do what you do, how you do it, what's your culture, do I find it sexy, can I be more sexier working with you, and they all do it.
Thank you. I mean, I do agree regarding your approach about freelancing, not slavery, but I think that that's how it's gonna work. But until then, I believe we have a few years until we achieve that point. But I would like to see the, let's say, the Alan's approach regarding how do you keep people engaged and not become freelancers. Like in async, how do you, what kind of activities, let's say, what kind of philosophy in-house you have in order to keep people to not become freelancing in a shorter time, let's say, especially after the pandemic period.
Well, I mean, it's hard because after the COVID, people like get used to work remotely and to freelance. But like guys before say, it's the most important thing to inspire people, to motivate them. They shouldn't feel like it's work. They should feel like they are going to some purpose, some, I don't know, goal at the end. And we always in Async Labs say that platform company, for example, Async Labs is just a platform that should allow person, some individual, to go in career development in the way where he wants to go. And if the company can't provide that, then it's wrong company and or wrong the person, but they can't work together in the long term. And we always try to give people the purpose, inspire them, and listen to their needs. Because one thing is if we agree with the client about some project, but if our team don't want to work on that project because they don't see the vision that maybe clients see, we don't take the project. We always like asking people on which technology they want to work on, which kind of industry they want to work, and where they want to scale up their skills, level up their skills. And we always have that on mind when we take some project in a company. And if the person wants to work, for example, in e-sport industry, and we can provide them with the project in that industry, when they are developing and testing the project, they are like playing Counter-Strike, so it's fun for them. They don't feel like it's work, because when they freelancing, they feel like it's work. I need to sit here and do some productive job. But here it's like they don't feel like it's job. They are not mentally exhausted at the end of the day, and that is the most important thing. If the person after the work day is feeling exhausted, it's not good for the long term. And that is like the thing that we always notice and trying to recognize before even started happening, and that people are happy while we do that. And always when someone leave the company, we always trying to find the real reason, not the reason that person is saying, because sometimes person don't know in the long term what happens and what change that the person decide to leave the job. And we always analyze all the situation and always find something about the needs that person have that we didn't have opportunity to give the person.
I'll use your answer to formulate a question for Angel outside the list. So basically what Alan said is that, if I'm not wrong, we have, let's say, to check up with people always if the projects are, they like project, if the project is within their skill set, if they don't want to work in Node.js, but they want to work with PHP, Laravel, etc. Which I came up with the questions like, do you have any strategy, since it's strategy plus people, when you have people in-house, but you don't have projects that fulfill their needs or their expectations, but they have the skills that could fulfill, let's say, a need in another project, and if they are, let's say, resistant in working in those kind of projects, what kind of strategy do we use to fill the gap of, first, financial gap, that we have to pay the salaries monthly, and let's say the culture we are creating within? What's your strategy at Division 5 when people are not willing to use their skills to work in a project that they feel like they're not good for them?
Well, first and foremost, to kind of answer also the question you did to my prior speaker, I think the first thing we have to do is we have to care, right? And we have to care for our customers, and we have to care for the people working with us, because business is run by people and is run for people, right? We say B2B, but it's never B2B, right? It's people working with people. There is someone managing the project, there is someone leading the company. They're all people. And the most important thing is we have to care. And this also means we have to care about people's priorities. So we have to care that we are delivering the right service for our customers so that we do not under-deliver. Hopefully we also over-deliver if we can, right? First of all, and then that we are over-delivering career-wise for the people working with us. Because if at some point we cannot fulfill their career needs and their expectations, then maybe we're not the best place for them at that point, right? And it makes total sense. So what we do is we have a career path process. We have these, we hold twice a year performance reviews where we kind of see where they are, also technically how they have progressed. And these performance reviews are coupled in a SMART process into a career path. And we have discussions with them, where they are, where they want to go, and there is someone, a technical manager, who agrees with a technical developer what their future should be, right? And they have this discussion, and then they agree into short-term goals and long-term goals. And we check in every month or so, right? And if we see that we can't do it, or if there is some diversion, then maybe it's not the right thing, right? And it's totally fine, because we should not just work with them because we have to work with them, right? If we are a good fit, and we should be a good fit both sides. It's not us picking people, it's also people picking companies. And actually I think the second one is even more prevalent at these times.
I do agree. The strategy should be like also aligning client in a way with people's preferences, right? Because somebody, because of different reasons like religion or personal or cultural, they don't want to work in certain projects, but they do have the skills. So you have in a way to align your sales strategy, marketing strategy to find clients that are aligned with your people, right? And
yes,
if a client comes that it's not in this kind of area of working area, you decline them or you kind of send them to third party?
Well, if a client comes in an area that we cannot actually fulfill, we definitely send them to an agency or to a partner that actually can do it. We do that a lot with e-commerce projects. We don't do e-commerce, thank God, and we just outsource them. But if we can fulfill it, we actually try to fulfill it. We try to work with people that work with the technologies that we work, right? So usually the requests that come are in the same tech stack that our people work with. Where we find differences or problems is in the project itself, right? Because it might be a legacy project, right? And with legacy projects, then it has old code and it might be an old version of the framework, and then they would have preferences for a different project. And we try to do that. But of course, we try to have this understanding both sides. So we cannot just cut it right away. We say as soon as we have a project that fits best and we do our best and we usually find that project, then we will transition you in, we'll let our customers know as well, and then we just take it forward.
Thank you for your answers, I believe. I mean, we do kind of the same. So it's strategy in a way. So Nenad, thanks for coming as well. And I'll ask you a bit, let's say, since we also have insights from Darko and you are close friends and partners, I would like to ask you how to incorporate strategy with people. Work partners, yes. Thanks, Rona. So how to incorporate strategy with people, meaning like if you are working in strategy for 2023, how do you involve people? Is it that you involve only seniors or specific people from departments that could help in building, let's say, a strategy that will be for their good or will be indirect or directly for them? What kind of procedures or what kind of flow you use in-house to make it the best way?
Thanks for the question and thanks for having us and for the hospitality. We do enjoy
these days in Pristina. I think that I was Googling to see how the guy was called. It's Gordon Moore, was adopting the rule that computer processing speed will double every 2 years. All of you probably remember that, and that cannot, there's no infinite possibility of doubling up the computer speeds. I mean, we would need nanotechnology for that. And I think that that law can now be applied for the developer salaries, because I think that they are actually doubling every 2 years. Sorry? Without nano, yeah. Without nano. And also that's not going to be possible in the infinity. So something will happen in the next couple of years, because this is not something that can be sustained. I think maybe no code, low code, some things will happen in the next couple of years for sure. I think that you were saying that the things were changing. I think that there are two important milestones. One was Corona, when the rule of remote work was totally normalized. Before that, companies were not tending to have remote work positions. You need to move to Germany, to the US, to work on a visa, to find houses. It was not so easy to move around developers. Corona wiped that out in an instant. So that was one trigger. And the other trigger, in my perspective, was a war that started in this year, in February, when you saw a huge market of Ukraine and Russia that had tens and tens of thousands of developers were out of the business, and they started to reallocate. And all the movement and they overnight the clients, they stop delivering to their clients, they need to move. All sort of commotion happened that also doubled those things. And I think that we were chatting a bit. I think that all the IT companies are struggling. It's good for the developers on the short term, which means that, I don't know, in Sweden they are changing jobs every 6 months. That's the rule. So in 6 months you cannot get to know everybody in the company, not even to get some kind of delivery or some kind of benefits. So it's very hard for the companies, for everybody's. And I think that when you usually in life and in business, when you have a huge increase, there's sometimes a downfall. Yes, that might happen. We'll see. And to get back to your question, we are really, like all the other companies, struggling in order to. I mean, the swimming pools, the free lunches, the table tennis, and I think that's in the past. So nobody's taking care of that or paying attention to those kind of perks anymore. I think that it's important to share the vision and strategy with the people. We are doing that. We are a company of maybe 70, 80 people without the spin-offs, and it's really hard for us. It's really hard for me to do that. So I can easily monitor the guys that we don't regularly speak with. They are much more inclined to leave the company for some other opportunity. It's not about the salary. It's about the vision that they have. People want to change also. And I also understood that, I don't know, what's that generation called? Is it Generation Z or I don't know those terms, but Z, younger than 25. Z generation is very prone to change. So I think they don't understand the meaning of the loyalty, as maybe us that are older than 25 maybe tend to understand, and older than 25, and which we learned maybe on the hard way, but also somehow learned to appreciate those kind of. I would always put loyalty before knowledge inside my company, because for me it's very important. So as I said, we are trying to spread the message to let the people understand, they cannot know what's in my head or what are the plans. And whenever we get the opportunity and have the ability to share the vision, short-term goals, mid-term goals, long-term goals with the people, that resonated very well with them. In today's world, I think that especially, I think that this Generation Z, they were imposed with the notion that they need to get rich before they turn 30. From the Hollywood movies, from social media, motivational speakers, and I don't think that that's possible in a real world. I mean, very small fraction of people can make it like that, but I think that that's creating a different amount of problems and challenges to them, because as they are approaching passing that 25, 26, then the pressure is increasing, pressure from inside, from their surroundings, from their peers, and I think that they are really having pretty difficult time to cope with that, and that makes them, it's for us as the CEOs, company leaders, it's also making it very difficult to include them and incorporate them in some kind of structure, because we were speaking about the redistribution of the equity, of the vesting shares, all that worked 200 years from now. That was something that everybody cherished, but now the people just don't care about it. They care only what will happen next month, in the next couple of months. Nobody cares what will happen in 2 or 3 years, not to say 5 years, that is normal period for vesting in that. So I don't think that any of us know how to answer your question. I think that there is a huge unknown in front of us. The amount or complexity of change that is happening every month, especially in the last couple of years, as I said, from Corona and all the things that are happening in the world, I think is increasing the pressure and increasing the uncertainty of the near future, which is also making a very difficult job to anybody that needs to deal with the strategy and plan ahead. Not to say that you need to find a way to comprehensively transmit that message to the employees and to motivate them and to make them feel good about the company, about their work, and about their progress.
Thanks, Nenad. So I would like to ask Darko, since you are also business partners, regarding how you incorporate the youngsters, or let's say Generation Z, into vision and goal, because you had an approach where we discussed outside, your approach might be different from Nenad. So how was it easier to integrate or to incorporate seniors before 5 years, let's say, or youngsters now that are becoming part of the market, your company, ours, etc.?
Interesting question. So the thing is that we will all concur here that we are approaching an iceberg, and it's very close, this iceberg. Nenad talked a little bit, touched on the subject. You can never go around the idea with the team if the team changes every 6 months. It does not work. Apple is not built that way. Microsoft haven't been built that way. Any of the large companies. It was a small dedicated team of people who died for the idea. Now, what Nenad said, you have Generation Z. I'm not talking anything against Generation Z. We all rely on the very smart, agile people that are shifting jobs, but they are not carrying the idea with themselves. It's kind of a mercenary story, which is kind of impending the way of the idea. And the ideas are the ones that change the world. And what will happen is actually that iceberg will be something that IBM was struck with when Apple came. They had the old model of working, there was those two lunatics, Jobs and Wozniak, just disrupted the whole industry. And now the iceberg is something else. The iceberg is actually very freelance after freelance after freelance without any coherent idea. And that's the problem if we're talking about from the position of the CEO. I'm fairly young. We are all young here and making milestones in the industry. We are not, well, let's say that we are 25-ish and a half. So, and how to make it if you don't have a dedicated team, if you don't have a loyal team. That's the first thing. But maybe the CEOs are ones to blame. I'm not judging, but there was this, it came down to the, this bill had to be paid. You know, there was a sentence, especially in the Balkans, if you're not going to do it, there's somebody who will. And then the Croatia entered the EU, and those guys that were handed with the sentence, if you're not going to do it, there's somebody who will, went to Ireland, went to UK, went to all around Europe, right? So there is this backlash of this generation that is pissed in, towards the CEOs. And the CEOs are in the, an unknown territory now. They are carrying the ideas. I know that we have good ideas. I know that we can build teams around the ideas. But 2 days ago, a guy that is very wealthy in Montenegro came to our offices. He's a friend of mine and said, why are you working with him? He has a lower wage than you can go to marketing in my offices and you have 2,000 euros. You are pretty looking, you are very smart, and you know, come to work with me. But what we build is the idea and the fast-growing company that will have better position. They are sensing it, but they are a small group of people that are sensing it. Nenad talked about these guys that are changing the job. I'm not against changing jobs every 6. I come from a media industry, and I shifted in 2015, and I'm an entrepreneur from 2006. I shifted industries, and I know how hard it was at that point to shift. We come from the generation that when you had the ball, although you were entitled to play, if the elder wanted the ball, you gave the ball to the elder. Now everybody has a ball, so everybody plays now. So that's kind of a problem. And as Nenad said, there are these bullshit guys that are motivational speakers without doing anything in life but motivatingly speaking to people. And my nephew in Canada was infatuated by one of them that talked about millions, never made a million. And he literally bankrupted my nephew because he paid $300, $500 for the course, and actually at the end nothing happened. So, and we have to understand the Generation Z. They are bombarded from all the sides with the ideas of their parents, of them being the best. If you're the last, you are the best of the last, right? You are never the last. But those parents, and mind me saying this, and don't get offended, those parents are above, let's say, 60, 70, and they worked from 9 to 5. They had no responsibility but to work from 9 to 5. They did not take their job at home. They cared about the family, and it was a socialist communism system, and they did not take any responsibility. Now, when we are pushing, me and another, as I'm saying, very lunatics, we are pushing our co-workers to make their own ideas, to start their own companies, to collaborate with us, to have a certain kind of incentive. What I feel, don't get offended, is that people are reluctant to take responsibility. And that's the problem. Here people standing took the responsibility. You can fail tomorrow. We know all that we can fail tomorrow. We have 100 workers, but we are 6 months away, 1 year away from bankruptcy. Right? There's head nodding. So their fathers and their mothers always stood in the office, worked from 9 to 5, and they have limited responsibility. Job change in every 6 months is not taking any responsibility. Just enjoying your fully functional brain and your wits and your intelligence. But what differs Steve Jobs from the numerous guys that were in his generation, is that guy had balls and he risked. You know, whether you like him or not, you have all iPhones in your pocket. That's the problem. So we need more of those who are taking the responsibility. And I know the guys back home are watching this online. So we are investing them with responsibility. And we're giving them a chance to, you know, the best thing for a CEO is actually to remain a stakeholder, to travel around the world and have another generation of his employees. All right, you're nodding the head and smiling. Yes. To be obsolete, absolutely. That nothing depends on you. People are like soap. They tend to vanish. Stress wears you down. There are near-death experiences because of the stress. The problem is that you can only be a CEO for a certain amount of time because it literally fucks you up. So a next generation won't be those who are changing the job every 6 months. There will be those who are taking the responsibility and saying, Nenad, Darko, Engel, whoever, I just don't remember the names. Vojko, right. I want to have this idea work, and I want to replace you one time. We have this girl in our team that actually says all the time, I want to be CEO in the next couple of years. I hope that she's not watching. And that's, well, I'm not going to allow her yet. Just kidding. Women are taking over the world. Generation Z will take over the world, but they have to have more responsibility in their hands and not to look up at their parents that had no responsibility in their offices and had these lousy jobs that literally did not create anything. Sorry, parents, but that's the truth.
Darko, thank you. Pretty hot topic and a lot of comments. We should put ting, ting, ting afterwards. So, yeah, of course, it's a topic that we could speak for hours, but I have the last question, let's say, for this panel, and continuing with Vojko Bodorov, not whoever. I would like to ask, since everything changed after now and after the COVID, as mentioned, also I believe that our way of working changed. Meaning, we used to work maybe for the clients that were locally, few clients abroad, and now we might all work 90% outsourcing, or 95 or 80. How do you keep, or how do you, let's say, integrate your people into clients' culture? Because we might have, let's say, 90% the same culture because we are living in the same area, but working with someone from Finland or someone from Asia, etc., you never know if they talk with, let's say, with a high tone of speaking. We might say they are yelling, but they are maybe normally talking like that. How do you integrate your people with your company culture with clients' culture in a way, in order to maintain and create a bridge that's functional?
I like the word that I used before. Slavery would be nice. But taking this on a serious note, I think I'll actually go around a little bit around slavery, and we are slaves, all of us here, or most of us here. And it's exactly what he was saying, Darko, is like, we are slaves of the TV, we are slaves of the media, of what is expected from us. And this is the Gen Z exactly, and they're expected to be millionaires by 30, they're expected to have their Bentleys, they're expected to go around the world, and they watched all of these Facebook curated profiles, and most of these people suck big time. Going back exactly to your question is like, the strategy, what it is, it's alignment of what we do with the future, right? So basically, because before that we talked about technologies, I don't think that's alignment of technologies. That's exactly what you said. It's alignment of what kind of customers you find, with what type of people you actually execute the projects and how you execute the projects, right? This is the right strategy. So it all starts like, I don't know, like, because I'm a bit older than 27 and I was married, and the thing is, it's recruitment, right? It's not only recruitment of people, where I said like your company is a product, and we were talking about that the people that change their jobs every 6 months are not your clients. As you said, they're not the people that will change the world, but you need to find your clients, and these are the people that will change the world, and these are the people that don't change their jobs every 6 months. So Gen Z, guess what? Don't change your job so often. So, and what I was saying is, again, with your clients, you need a very strong pipeline. So you need strong sales. But again, with sales, it's your company, that's your product. And again, it's what you basically tell to your clients. It's not what you literally say, but all your advertisements, all your logos, all your presentations, all the blah, 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 whatever it is, right? And this is what you communicate. And I can talk about this because we changed our model like 2.5, 3 years ago. I mean, the people that are in the industry know what is a fixed bid project, what's agile, and so on, right? And we don't do anything fixed bid anymore. We went down 25% within a half a year. It was quite painful, because you know what the margins are in the industry, right? And at a certain moment it picked up. So we're 2 times bigger now, 2.5 times. Margins are double, triple, whatever it is. And I'm probably not there where I want to be obsolete, but I'm close to there. So I'm a very happy person, yeah. And the thing is, it's again this marketing that we were talking in the beginning, like your strategy is this alignment. This is the future where we see it, freelancer, not freelancer, whatever it is. What type of clients, what type of people. And the thing is, if you align those, then you can have good time, and then you can change, and you can change the world. You find the right people, and then you can move on. And I was extremely respectful today when I talked to Nenad, and he told me like how he's building products besides the service business. I've tried it, and believe me, I'm gonna look like you, this fucking hard, and it didn't work out with me. Yeah, sorry, but yeah. Does that answer the question?
Thanks for your answer. I'll try to get more precise answer from Alan. Okay, so basically, no, I'm just kidding. The idea is, in async, how much effort do you put in, let's say, in the role of culture that our collaborators, employees should have when they start working with the clients abroad, like diversity, not just, let's say, language, but cultural and religion and all stuff. How do you manage this, knowing that you might have 10 clients from different countries? They are working, and those all developers are working in the same place. So from Croatia to all the world, different cultures, different stuff. How do you manage to keep the balance on building good products and having the communication at, let's say, at the level where nothing can escalate easier, let's say?
Well, we at Async Labs, mostly from the cultural part, most of our clients and most of our collaborators, they are the same culture, and like they say, we choose with who we work, and we always, at least at this moment, we have enough clients that coming in the pipeline to choose the same culture that we have, the same fit that we have, because at this moment it's really, like they said and we were talking before, it's not easy time to run an agency at this moment, and it's really is the best way to get the client that is good fit in everything, including the culture. So we are really trying to work with clients that are the same culture, and most of our clients that are outside from Croatia are Croatian people that live outside for the last decade or something, and they want to work with Croatian companies. So we work with foreign clients, but they are Croatian, they have the same culture like we are, and that is like the part of our marketing strategy to work with that kind of clients. So we don't feel the cultural differences almost at all. They're like slightly just. And we have some collaborators, we have people in the company, in the team that are the different culture. And in every situation, it was just the willingness from both sides to respect each other, the culture and the religion and everything, and it worked just fine. So we really don't feel any pressure on the cultural differences. And from the product part, we are trying create the products while we are in service business, and it's really hard. It's really hard, and we tried a few times. We are trying still. We have a few products, but it's really hard. And respect the one who did it.
Thanks, Alan. Angel, you are Division 5. Are you lucky to have the pipeline of clients where you can choose? Because we don't, currently at Kutia, we don't have, let's say, we cannot pick always. Sometimes we can. But do you happen to have any, let's say, kind of this situation where you saw that maybe those diversities between two people working from different countries, in all circumstances might be, let's say, stoppers to deliver and to have a happy client and happy employee?
Well, for the first question, at times we're able to pick, at times we aren't, right? We have one rule though, that we don't work with assholes. So that's like the #1 rule, and we are very happy to just fire a customer if they do not work or communicate or treat the people from our company the right way, right? And no, free market. And we do that because that actually impacts, as I said, business is people, and if someone treats someone from our company badly or not fairly, then I'm not doing a good job as a leader to actually safeguard them, right? So either I have to fix that or the customer has to kind of fix that, and that's, I think, hard, or it just doesn't work out, and that's how it is. And in our side, we've never had cultural differences in the sense that we've never had issues because of culture, right? We've had, let's say, questions because, let's say, the cultural differences. We Albanians love families a lot, right? So we are family people. I think also the Balkans in general is like that. So we leave the job and we go to the hospital, and we are and Germans aren't like that. And we work a lot with Germans, and they don't understand why someone is not at work because they have to be in the hospital. And this is something that we have been able to mitigate because luckily for us, most of our customers have been very understanding. But we never had issues that, let's say, religion-based issues or political-based issues. So far, hopefully, we won't have.
Thanks, Angel. And the last comment from Nenad. Do you have kind of an advice for the CEOs in our region based on experience? What are the 3, 4, 5 things or one thing that they should take care of when trying to make changes inside the company, and that involves people, as always? What would you suggest? What would you, let's say, emphasize as the most important one?
To the CEOs?
CEOs, yeah.
Quit. Kidding. I think that the sweet spot for IT is one of the most difficult industries currently in the world because of all these challenges. And not only the challenges, but opportunities. When you have a lot of opportunities and all those opportunities looks very promising, then you have a really hard time to choose which path you want to go. And then there's there's a FOMO effect that you are missing out. Whatever road you take, the other roads are better. That's are you going to do the service part, the outsource part, or the product part, or the startups part? Everything is interesting, everything is growing. So take care of the people, because the infrastructure for the IT companies are people. We don't have machines, we don't have big offices. As I said, the table tennis and all that stuff is in the past, old-fashioned, yeah. And a lot of our people are working from home still because they feel like it. I'm not sure that everybody will go to the freelance, because then the social interaction between the people, it's also important. People love to socialize, people like to drink coffee with colleagues, to exchange information, to hang out, whatever. When you are working from home, I don't think, sorry? I agree, but working from home has its both perks and difficulties, at least from my perspective, but we are granting everybody the option and the right to work from home. I think for the CEOs in the future, today and in the future, it's extremely important to delegate, to build your team, and not to put all eggs. There were some eggs on the pictures before we started, so not to put all the eggs into one basket, because in today the baskets can easily flip with all the outside factors that we cannot count on. It's very easily that the basket can flip. And empower people, give them the room to grow, give them room to choose projects. I like what Angel said, that we also don't work with assholes, and people understand when you are, and people love when they know that you will not put them in front of when you are putting them in front of the profit or in front of the revenue, and that you cannot fake that you either are doing or not doing, but people can easily get through it. So if you treat people right, they tend usually to treat back the company and the leaders in the same manner. In most of the cases, I would say it's also important for the people to grow, especially for developers, to learn new languages, to learn new frameworks, to cherry pick what projects they can work on. We are handling that and dealing with that with incorporating incubator and the startups in it. So the startups are now hot topic, and everybody has some kind of ideas, and if you give people the chance to work on several projects or startups in-house or exterior or some outsource, then you are lowering the chance that they will walk away. I think also the education factor is extremely important, because we are doing a lot of work with the states. Their education system, I mean higher education, the universities is on a slightly higher level than in the Balkans, I would say. And they also have the same problems with the gap of the formal education and the actual need of the market. And I think that the companies like ours, the IT, should help to bridge that gap, because the government cannot do it. In the universities or academia, they cannot move or change direction that fast, but I think that the companies like ours can do that and can help bridge also that gap. And despite the fact that my predecessor, I will not say fuck on this panel, so I will not.
Thank you for not saying. Okay, so I think and I believe that the audience here learned how you approach companies in your own countries, and I do believe that we have very much similarities, but of course at the end, as business owners or CEOs, everybody has its own approach. And I learned from you, and I hope that everybody learned from us. And it was a great pleasure to have you here, and thanks for coming. Thanks Nenad, thanks Angel, thanks Alan, thanks Boyko and Darko. I hope we will see each other soon. And as mentioned previously, the main idea of this discussion panel was to gather together and share knowledge, experiences, and try to keep and maintain our relations in the future as well, in order to share the new, let's say, experiences we might have during our road. Also, I would like to thank KosICT and Kutia team for organizing this event. And thank you.
I have only one question, if you allow, because we are out of town, so we would appreciate a heads up where the party is tonight.
It's at the Centrum Lounge Bar. It's at 7 o'clock, and I can see you're looking forward to that. And there's a DJ apparently called Oda Khalite. Oh, she's good. I have no, is she good? She's very good. Did you hear that? So she's your friend. She's my friend. She will be his friend, I'm sure, by the end of the night as well, in a good way, we're all friends here. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for our CEO panel. Fantastic. What we're going to do now, very quickly, we will now strip the stage down, ready for our next session. If I could ask you just to leave the stage. Thank you so much. Fantastic. Right, ladies and gentlemen, again, as I say, we are moving on now to our next session. But again, remember, just to remind you this evening, already I'm sure some of you are thinking about, what am I going to do tonight? Where am I going to go? How am I going to spend this evening? How am I going to unfold this evening, certainly as the first night of this first festival? So again, remind you at 7 o'clock at the Centrum Lounge Bar. I don't know where that is, but I'm sure many of you know where that is exactly. Not very far from here, I believe. And that is where, that's right, and that is where there's going to be a DJ, Oda Khalite, everybody's friend, naturally, and a chance to come together, network, drink, chat, conversations, and keep that community going on our first night. Remember, you need to go in and show your band as well, okay? So if or your ticket, your badge, or your band, okay, to get in the door. And that kicks off at 7 o'clock. I'll be there, everybody will be there, and it'll be a good chance, as I say, to come together for our very first night together. Right, let's move on now to our next session. When I say to you again, digitalization and economic sustainability, the connection, the relationship between those two things are often controversial, often difficult maybe to really define, and especially when considering the connection with social and environmental sustainability. What we're going to do now, we're going to delve into that a little bit further and trying to make sense of really what it means, and unfold a little bit about how we can, again, make sense of it and also move forward as well. Please welcome to the stage PhD researcher at the University of Ljubljana, Hana Hodja.
Hi, everyone. It's nice to be here, and I would like to thank all the organizers for the successful event. It has been like 2 or 3 years that I've been giving speeches and presentations online, so this is definitely the first one that I'm doing face-to-face in the post-COVID area. I will be talking about the nexus of digitalization and economic sustainability, mainly focused in the European Union countries. We all know how the digitalization is highly considered as a transformative power and an essential element for sustainable economic development. And many worldwide organizations are using the digitalization as a tool, as a process in order to reach their goals. We have, for example, United Nations, who is an international intergovernmental organization that it is emphasizing the potential of digitalization to improve economic sustainability by also considering social and environmental issues, aiming to achieve sustainable development goals by digitalization. It is not only UN as an organization There are other also organizations who are considering digitalization as a tool, as a process in order to reach their economic goals. Apart from UN agenda, that is 2030 agenda, we have also European Commission goals, but I would stop here at the UN agenda, where we could see that UN agenda consists of an action plan with 17 sustainable development goals and 169 target clusters in 3 main pillars. So we have economic pillar, social pillar, and environmental pillar. And there are targets set until 2030 in order to reach all these pillars by using digitalization and digital processes. Moving from UN to other institutions, in the macro level, we have the European Commission, who has put forward the European growth model, stating that EU members must commit to green and to digital transition. To achieve digital targets for year 2030, EU members need to accelerate quite a lot, and we will see how we are doing in the European Union with targets and with goals. So they need to accelerate in terms of investments in digital infrastructure, skills, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and data spaces. The top priority of European Union are European Green Deal and European Digital Age. Apart from UN agenda, European Commission, we have also the Lisbon Council, who has introduced a new policy report describing how 22 million SMEs in EU are in a twin transition, putting a lot of effort into going green and digital. Mainly, our continent where we live, the EU, highly is considering the role of digital transformation within the European growth strategy, aiming to create a society with zero environmental impact. So these are macro goals of the most, let's just say, powerful institutions in our continents. Nevertheless, what do scientists say about it? What does academics say about it? What do researchers say about it? As researchers, we usually prefer to question, are they moving into the right direction? Is actually the relationship positive or not? By digitalizing the whole society, do we mean that we are going to reach the EU targets or SDG goals by 2030? Is there some kind of correlation behind it? Is there some kind of relationship behind it? Usually researchers, scientists, and academics prefer to question everything. And they prefer to prove everything by data. What I have did, I went through literature review first, and then I will be presenting to you some correlations and regressions. So, analyzing more than 60 academic papers, we could realize that the relationship found in the literature review is controversial a lot, and it requires further investigation. We see a lot of positive signs where by the use of digitalization, the EU goals and sustainable development goals could be reached. But we see also some negative signs where this could be reached. And this is definitely where more controversials exist, or in the area of environment as a pillar and social as a pillar. Regarding the positive signs, we can easily say that digitalization through communication, use of information, and innovation is critical for economic sustainability. More and more jobs are created in the EU countries. More new skills are developed. ICT investments have been proven that directly contribute to a reasonable reduction in energy consumption. Digitalization offers to enrich quality of good governance in terms of accountability and responsiveness. Nevertheless, we have the other part of the coin that academics have concluded based on data. What do we see in the EU countries? We could see that digitalization can cause economic and social problems, since small companies face a number of economic difficulties in creating global electronic markets. The dominant companies strengthen their power, but the smaller companies have faced difficulties to survive. The risk of job losses that we all know because of automation and many repetitive and highly demanding tasks. It is an obstacle for energy saving and economy. It came in the literature review that will not directly contribute to an increase in GDP. And last but not least, digitalization had vividly increased inequality worldwide. So as a researcher, we see both positive signs and negative signs, and these are all based on the academic and literature review. What is the main challenge, I need to say, for assessing this relationship academically between digitalization and economic sustainability? There are a lot of articles in the literature review. Nevertheless, there is a lack of a comprehensive measurement framework that could assess this relationship in a more holistic approach. Moreover, there is a lack of consensus between scholars, as you could see in my previous slide, between scholars on the definition of measurement of digital and sustainable development performance. Therefore, this is the proposed measurement framework where we could see digitalization in terms of the whole macro perspective, government, businesses, and citizens, and the impact of digitalization from macro perspective considering all these three pillars in sustainability pillars, where we have three sustainability pillars: economic, social, and environmental pillars. And the measurement framework considers also controllers and moderators, meaning country-specific factors in the EU countries. Okay, so basically we have indexes that measure this relationship, and these indexes have a lot of limitations. When we talk about digitalization, we have all these indexes that are used by institutions worldwide, mainly from EU Commission and UN. E-Government Development Index that measures the number of online services that the government offers to the society. E-Participation Index that measures definitely how much these services are used. DESI, Digital Economy and Society Index, which is one of the famous indexes, International DESI. Digital Adoption Index, World Digital Comprehensiveness Ranking, and Digital Futures Index. All these indexes are there in order to measure the ranking of how digital is our society, how the digital is the European Union and how are we doing with targets. On the other part, since we're talking about the relationship between these two, is the sustainability, where we have SDG index and international SDG index. Findings, how are we doing? How are we doing in terms of sustainable development goals? Sustainable development goals, we consider 3 main pillars of one country development, including economic, social, and environmental. The SDG index is topped by 3 Nordic countries. Definitely, we are much better in Finland, Denmark, and Sweden, and all top 10 countries are European countries. As you can see, the trend of SDG index score, there have been an increase in trend until the last 3 years, where there is no progress. Basically, in the last 3 years in the European Union, in regard to SDG, there is no progress at all. Where we see how we're doing in terms of regional in the European Union, Northern Europe is much better with 80.6, and then Western Europe is the second one with 74.0. And Central and Eastern Europe has the lowest score, basically in the region where we're in terms of SDG goals. Nevertheless, where we see digitalization, how we're doing in terms of digitalization as a country in the European Union, we see Finland, Denmark, and Netherlands and Sweden have the most advanced digital economies in the EU, followed by Ireland, Malta, and Spain. It is interesting to see how Nordic countries are having the highest scores also in sustainable economic development, but also the highest scores in Europe in regard to digital infrastructure and in general in digitalization. So there is a positive correlation, I have to say, between these two, as in countries where digitalization is high, in these countries also the sustainable economic development is the highest. Regarding EU, how are we doing with digitalization in EU? And what else we need to do as a society in order to reach these goals? DESI measures human capital, digital skills. It measures broadband connectivity, integration of digital technology by businesses, and digital public services. These figures represent only 27 European countries. In regard to digital skills, more than half possess at least basic digital skills, and this is EU. A large portion of the EU population still lacks basic digital skills, even though most jobs require such skills. Target is 80% by 2030, and this is the target that European Commission has set, and it is measuring on a yearly basis. Regarding broadband connectivity, in European Union, we have around 70% of households who are benefiting from fixed, very high capacity network. Very high capacity network, meaning fiber to the premises and DOCSIS 3.1. There is an increase in trend in this regard. When we see the integration of digital technology by businesses, I must admit, even in the European Union, we are a bit behind. So there is a lot more that we can do, and there is a lot of pressure that is being made by key institutions in order to create more digital skills and in order to boost more digital processes. Definitely this, we can see from these figures and from these targets that these key institutions are triggering the market and are creating more digital services and triggering more digital skills. We can see that in regard to businesses and private sector, more than half, so 55% of companies reached at least basic level in digital adoption technologies. Nevertheless, in the more advanced technologies, we are quite behind, meaning that only 34% of enterprises rely on cloud computing, and this data is for European Union, so it's not for Kosovo. Only 8% use artificial intelligence in the European Union, and only 14% use big data. And the targets are extremely high. So the target for adoption of these digital technologies, more advanced technologies in artificial intelligence, clouding, and big data until 2030 are 75. Moreover, we always want to use services that are coming from public sector, services that are coming from government. So these are basically how we stand in the European Union in terms of quality score reached, where we could see that 75 out of 100 for digital public services for citizens, and 22 out of 100 for businesses in 2021. And European Union is aiming for fully online services by the public sector by 2030. So this is their goal, to have fully online services by 2030. Nevertheless, as a starting point of these correlations and of this research, part of the academia, we have checked these correlations. Correlations between DESI scores, between digitalization, and correlation between SDG index, Sustainable Development Index scores. And this scatter plot here presents a positive correlation between the digitalization and sustainable development economic goals. Nevertheless, we can see, statistically proven, that 42% variation of SDG index is explained by DESI score in this regression model. The regression model is positive, nevertheless, it is not very strong. However, it is positive, and we might conclude that by continuing and investing in digitalization, therefore we could meet economic and sustainable development goal by 2030. This research is ongoing, as we will go further into other pillars of DESI, and we will go further into 3 other pillars of sustainable development separately: economic, social, and environmental. And this research will definitely contribute to science, not only by providing theoretical underpinnings on digitalization and economic sustainability, but also it will be used to develop a conceptual measurement framework by upgrading the existing measurement, digitalization, and economic sustainability that will definitely equip policymakers with new guidelines. So by more findings that will be coming out of this research, policymakers of the European Union, as data is fully focused in the European Union, will give them more guidelines on how to continue with more policy making and where to focus more in regard to digitalization and sustainable development goals. So this is all from my side. This research is work in progress. It is quite complex. I'm expecting to publish several papers in this regard, but this is just a starting point as we will go further and see all pillars of DESI and correlating it with SDG goals. Thank you very much.
Hannah Hodger, thank you so much. Wonderful. Right. Guess what? We are almost at the end of our day. But hey, just one last bite-sized piece of today to share with you. And I'm going to ask you something. What would life look like for you in 2042? Difficult to think. I'm sure you're thinking, I don't even know what life is going to be like tomorrow, probably for some of you, or next week. But think about it. 20 years ago, if we were to jump now, 20 years in the future, the technology we're using naturally developing so fast, things we couldn't have even imagined. Some of the things we could have, and as I'm sure, remembering the things we've seen on TV, in the movies, all those Star Trek and Star Wars, all those things there, and kind of using some of those right now. But again, 2042 into the future, what would that look like using some of the technology that's around today? But more importantly, right now, a gentleman's going to stand on this stage and he's going to share with you his perspective of what life is going to be looking like in 2042 based on the technology coming straight out of some of the great startups, some of the many startups you'll hear very shortly from Israel. I'm intrigued as much as you are really to hear his vision on what that's going to actually look like. I don't know what I'll be doing in 2042, but hopefully I'll be using some of the technology he's about to share with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage a gentleman that has already graced the stage of KosICT in the past quite a few times. We liked him so much, he's back again. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Head of the Research and Innovation Entrepreneurship Authority at the Areli College of Engineering from Jerusalem in Israel, Michael Mizrazi.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Thank you for staying with me. My name is Michael. I'm coming from Israel, from Jerusalem, and I'm here to take you back to the future. How many of you have seen the movie Back to the Future? Yes, I love it. It's one of the classics. It's an amazing movie, and unfortunately, I cannot fit all of you in my DeLorean, so we're gonna do something else. We're gonna do a conceptual trip to the future. In fact, what I want to do is tell you a little bit about the Israeli startup ecosystem. And I can tell you figures and numbers, and I can tell you a little bit about the technology that is being developed. But I want to take it to another level. Let's see what will happen in the year 2042. If we're traveling in time, what would we eat? How can we, what kind of transportation will we use? How is the health going to be, health and medicine is going to be looking like, and so on. So, few examples and a little bit about me. I'm a material engineer, also holds a degree in pharmaceutical chemistry. I'm a man of accelerators and startups. I founded A2B Startup Accelerator about 9 years ago, helping 87 startups raise over $90 million. And I have been a part of all those accelerators that you see here in Germany, in the United States, in the Czech Republic, in the Balkans, in Macedonia, even here in Kosovo. And I'm now working, a board member of Made in Jerusalem, and of the Israeli College, of course. In the last 5 years, I'm investing in startups through 2 of those vehicles, Launch It Capital and Early Stage VC and PeopleBees. And if you're interested in how to raise money for your idea, I'll be here later talking to you about it. And of course, I'm also helping the government in running accelerators. Let's go directly to the technology that we're speaking about, food first. So food is a big issue in the future. Food is a huge issue in 2042. If we're looking at the, idea that the UN is actually reporting to us, in the year 2050, we're going to be about 10 billion people. And we have the same planet to accommodate and to feed all those people. And this is a huge challenge. We spoke about just recently about the SDGs, about the Sustainable Development Goals that the UN is setting for us for the future. Number 2 is zero hunger, and we have to supply food for everybody. So how can we do it? The main thing is, of course, protein. Protein is taking most of our resources, and people want to consume protein, of course, from meat, from fish, from chicken, and from soybean, and so on. But we have very limited resources on Earth, and we have to use all of them in order to produce it. It's costing us a lot, and it's causing a lot of pollution and emissions. So if in the past, very few people hunted one mammoth, now we see that more and more people are eating cattle, sheep and cows, and more people are eating chicken. Even more people are using and consuming eggs. Nowadays, more and more people want to consume soybeans. And in the future, as you can see, people are consuming smaller and smaller animals. In the future, we will be fed by powder that is 100% protein. And do you have any idea how we're going to produce it? This is it. It's larvae of fruit flies. And if you're passing a little bit above and beyond the yuck factor of it, we're already selling it to the Chinese. They're producing their chicken nuggets out of 100% protein, clear and clean protein that is actually made out of these larvae. And this is a technology change in Israel. We are producing the farms to produce those flies. We're producing the larvae better. We're producing the flies better. It's an entire technology. Let's see one of it.
Spark was founded to be a part of a global vision to feed the world without consuming the earth. Flying Spark is a food tech company that developed a technology for production of high-quality alternative protein from the oriental fruit fly larvae. In an increasing global need for sustainable sources of protein, we can grow the equivalent of a weight of a cow, 300 to 400 kilograms, in 1 square meter every month. It is an extremely efficient cultivation technology, so efficient as the larvae can multiply its body mass 250 times in just 7 days. Nutritional values are best in class. Complete protein, rich in iron, calcium, magnesium, healthy fatty acids, and more. We are offering a wide range of protein products and oils, and we are active in the aquaculture, pet food, and cosmetic spaces, and in the future, human consumption as well. I'm a big believer in collaborations. Our strategy is to collaborate with leading industry champions in every vertical that we are active in. I'm proud to say that Flying Spark is the first insect protein company that went public. We are listed in the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange, so now anyone can be a part of our vision.
So Flying Spark is not the only solution solving proteins for the world. What about eggs? Do you see any change between this egg and any difference between them? Anyone wants to raise a hand? Well, of course, this egg will produce a hen chicken, and this egg will produce a rooster chicken, a male. Why is it important? If you want to have eggs, you want your eggs to grow to be a female chicken, a hen, so they can actually lay more eggs. The rooster chicken is no good for this. So if you get half of the eggs male, you actually have to kill the little chickens that are turning to be males in order to have hen chicken laying eggs. It's the opposite if you want to sell schnitzel and if you want to sell chicken in the supermarket, because the hen chicken will use the same amount of space and food and as the roaster chicken, but the roaster chicken is going to be 15% bigger. That's 15% more meat at the supermarket. So you want to have, if you are producing meat, more roasters. And before you ask me, the chicken that lays egg is not the chicken that you eat. Those are different species of chickens. So how can we solve it? One Israeli company had an idea. Let's change the sex of the egg from women to men, or from men into women, or female to a male. And they're doing it using sound. Just a second. And they're not killing the young male chickens, so we're saving male chicks. So now, swim with me against the stream for a second. What about fish? Everybody wants a piece of salmon, it's very healthy. But in fact, we're actually consuming the entire oceans of fish. We're constantly taking fish out of the ocean. And with the growth of population, we're going to destroy the entire marine life. And people want to eat more healthy. They want zero cholesterol and they want a nice piece of salmon. So why not 3D print the salmon?
We need to bring a better fish to the world, a better meat alternatives.
Ariel came up with a printer that is designed for fish. Ron copied fish molecules using plant molecules, and Hila made the printer and the molecules work perfectly together.
So we sourced the best proteins from legumes, and we took some algae extraction for the omega-3s, and we squeezed it together into a new novelty machine that we've made, and boom, we've got a super salmon fillet made entirely out of plants, which mimics the same salmon we all love.
Yes, just like that. After months of work, they came up with this. This small team of PhDs and OPEC came up with the world's first cooked salmon fillet made entirely out of plants.
Now I'm just marveling at this. This is, it looks really good. Like the color, the orange, the feel, the texture, the fattiness. It looks like a normal salmon.
And how does it taste?
Wow, that's great. That's amazing. How do you do this?
It tastes like salmon.
It melts just like a normal fish. It has the same fatty feel like a salmon, and it cooks just like a fish. It has zero cholesterol and lots of omega, but it doesn't have any mercury, no microplastic, and no antibiotics.
When this works, we're gonna be the largest fishermen in the world without hurting a single fish.
And we're doing the same humane thing that we do with fish, with milk. We are now with a company called Real Milk, producing real milk, cow milk, without a cow. We're doing it in a lab, and we can actually grow the milk to be in large masses and actually supply the world with milk coming from the lab. And it also goes with, of course, meat. So how about the health? How is the health system gonna look like in 2042? So if you used to have your health described here and time described here, and you were feeling quite good, there's something wrong with the presentation. I hope it will get better in a second. Suddenly you felt good, and suddenly you started to feel bad, and in one point or the other, you decided to go to the doctor, hopefully to get better. In the future, you will feel quite okay, and instead of feeling bad, the toilet is gonna tell you, you have to go to the doctor. And this is not the only preventive health system that we know of. And I'm going to speak more about it later. But let's see what happened to the movie. There we go.
Olive is the world's first truly passive home-based urinary diagnostic solution. It can early detect a wide range of health problems and diseases before symptoms appear, including urinary tract infections, kidney stones, bladder infection, heart failure, dehydration, and constipation. It works by combining cutting-edge optics with AI technology, big data analysis, and AI-driven recommendations that optimize personal health care.
Most of us only get our urine or blood tested when we're not feeling well, and in that case, it's already too late. But continuous monitoring is key for early disease detection before we become symptomatic. Olive KG is the only 100% passive continuous monitoring system, checking a person's urine between 5 to 7 times a day. This provides a granular profile and a strong benchmark, which easily flags indicators for both general health and early disease detection.
Olive enables both early detection and intervention, leading to improved quality of life, better outcomes, and lower treatment costs. The KG is comprised of 2 main components, a LED array at the front of the toilet and an array of photodiode detectors at the back. When the light from the LED hits the particular molecule in the urine stream, its energy changes, enabling detection. The KG works regardless of whether or not the bathroom light is on and uses the urine fingerprint to differentiate between users. Changes to a user's profile are flagged and analyzed by caregivers.
So, as I mentioned, this is not the only preventive health care system. There are many startup companies that will actually detect with a very small device the right drug for you, and actually monitor. You know, most of the developing drugs nowadays are biological drugs. For example, vaccination against COVID is a biological drug. A small device will actually monitor micro elements out of your skin and will choose the best medicine for you, not for anyone else. It's going to be totally personalized. And this is one of many startups that are going to affect very much our health system and medicine. Now, how about driving? But before talking about driving, have you ever encountered a situation where you hold a cup of water, in a slight second you know that you're going to spill it and you still spilled it? Anyone felt that? You're holding a cup of coffee, you're thinking to yourself, maybe I'm about to spill it, and then you still cannot stop yourself from spilling it. You just feel that you're going to do it. This is due to the fact that our brain is working much faster than our muscles and body. We are detecting things, but we cannot actually grab them. Using AI and using machine learning, we can actually teach machines to anticipate our failures according to our behavior. And this is what correction is doing in the automotive and in the aviation industry, avoiding this kind of accidents, avoiding accidents that we could have prevented.
A plane crash, a car accident, deleting all the files from the organization's storage. These split-second mistakes can take a heavy toll. If only we knew about them before they happen. What if we tell you that we are actually able to foresee them? Let's explain. There is a major gap between the brain's ability to detect an error and the body's reaction time to correct it. This gap is critical when caused by a human-machine interface. That's the secret. In many accidents we see on the news, the brain recognized the mistake long before it happened, but the body failed to respond quickly enough. So we created KosICT, an advanced, unique, non-invasive platform that prevents human-machine interface errors with a simple touch. Our unique neuroscience algorithm simply integrates with any human-machine device and recognizes the human intentions based on the brain's early error detection signals and human touch. Then it translates these signals to actions that prevent the human error in real time. We enable smarter machines for human use. We make it easier for machines to study human behavior. We increase human learning efficiency. 100 people are killed in car accidents every day in the US alone, and 98% of car accidents are caused by human error. We can change that today. And this is just one example. Imagine this system in the airline industry, the medical industry, the military industry, even in our everyday mobile phone market. It can be used wherever technology is present. KosICT. Technology that can read your mind with a simple touch.
And in fact, reading your mind in automotive is just one aspect of it. Reading your feelings is another. The next stage in automotive, of course, is going to be the autonomous vehicles. We're going to see a lot of autonomous vehicles. Here are some new facts or fun facts, maybe you knew them. The autonomous vehicles are going to be looking quite alike. Everything is going to be just a coverage for a computer. So it's going to be looking like small rooms that travels from one point to another. They're going to be driving empty a lot of the times because I'm going to send my kids to school and then ask the car to come back and take me to work. And it's not going to solve the traffic issues with all those cars driving empty back and forth. It's going to know how you feel. You're going to sit in a car that is scattered with detectors. Those detectors are collecting physical aspects about you. Your humidity, heartbeats, temperature. Those are going to be translated into feelings and we will know how you feel. And it's going to be a car as a service. It's not going to be something that we own. We're going to call the car to come and pick us. It's going to be used by other people as well. Similar to a taxi, but without a driver. And where does it happen now? Of course, in Tel Aviv. We have about 100 taxis driving alone, taking people from one point to another, without a driver, of course. So those of you who saw the driver, this is a pilot. They have to put the driver in the car, but he's not touching anything, I can tell you. The cars are driving by themselves. You just need to put the address, and that's the pilot. And how about schooling? You know, so many things have changed, and yet we're still going to a classroom with pupils, with chairs. The students are asked to open their books and notebooks and copy from the whiteboard. But it's going to change a little bit. It's going to change. When I'm thinking about studying something, I'm thinking about a different movie, not Back to the Future. I'm thinking about The Matrix.
Jiu-jitsu. I'm going to learn jiu-jitsu. Holy shit.
Hey, Mikey, I think he likes it. How about some more?
Hell yes. Hell yeah. I know Kung Fu.
Show me. Then hit me, if you can.
So, can we project knowledge directly to your brain? So, one startup, Days, think they can. And they're actually inviting you to play a game. And in this game, you're doing all kind of silly things that you do in a computer game, but they're also projecting words into both sides of your brain. And you don't have to wear a helmet or anything, but it is proven that children learned a different language in few hours. They did a lot of tests, and just imagine that you can fly to Pristina, you download the game, you download the language within the game, and by the time you land, you know the language, or at least few hundred words of the language. You know how to speak. So this is an amazing ability to learn fast. Go!
Hi, I'm Lan. Together with me is Galit, and we're here to introduce you to Days. What would you say if the person standing on stage now could turn on the light on brain abilities that we all have but don't use? Brain abilities that can turn any learning process into one being done in high speed and large masses. Abilities that babies and infants use to learn how to live, to learn how to communicate, to learn any language. Well, this is what we're here for, to turn on that light. Because our brain that is able to do all that and more is manipulated once we get into a classroom. There, rather than using all these abilities, we're required to dismiss some of them and focus on being focused. We're required to memorize, use our short-term memory. You know, there's an exam. While the ability to learn by the way, the ability to gather information thanks to a photographic memory are dismissed and frowned upon. Does that work? Well, to some extent it does. I mean, we do learn things. Look at us. But we don't learn as much as we can. We don't learn as fast as we can. And we don't really enjoy the process now, do we? Galit, being a pedagogical expert, and me, being a neuropsychologist, came to understand that there's a need and a way for a new way of learning. A way that will turn any learning process into one being done in high speed, in large masses, and playfully, because the outcome is a game.
So you can definitely follow this company, which is doing amazing work. And this was me. I'm here to help you if you want to raise money for your startup, if you need an advice, if you want to incorporate, I have another slide if you may, thank you. If you want to incorporate a session about innovation in your company, and I want you to remember that the future is whatever you make it, so make it a good one. And thank you very much.
Wonderful. Make it a good one. Right, listen, all I'm thinking, I'm just going to try and bring you back to 2022, back to today, and back to right now, because all you have to start thinking about the future this evening, 7 o'clock. Just remember, again, 7 o'clock, those of you who want to come, maybe for the whole evening, maybe for just a short period of the evening, 7 o'clock at a bar. I cannot remember the name of the bar. Centrum Lounge Bar. I believe it's not far from here at all. 7 o'clock. And we'll be enjoying the evening together, conversations, drinking. I believe there's snacks as well. So it's a great way to finish off the first day of KosICT 2022. Listen, if you've enjoyed it today, you'll agree with me. Many different things have happened today. We've heard many different things as well. Probably for all of us to process everything a little bit too difficult, but I'm sure there's different things that pop up in your mind this evening after the first day. If you've enjoyed it and you found value, guess what? We're going to do it all again tomorrow for day number 2. We are back here on this stage at 10 o'clock, I believe. That's right, 10 o'clock. So join us for more KosICT 2022 tomorrow for day 2 of this fantastic festival. See you at 10.